Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. I do appreciate you for tuning on in here as we come back at you guys, back-to-back days, for our weekly roundup, Seahawks Weekly Roundup. This is a new show we just created here this year, but it's going to be a common part of this channel throughout the course of the season, every single Wednesday, 5 p.m. Here's we're going to look at the recent Seahawks news that's been churning through the prior week, a little bit at the last game, some PFF scores, a little bit of a few plays from the game, and also just some general Seahawk news as we kind of go through it. So that is what we're going to aim to do here on this Wednesday show. And we've got a lot to turn over actually here as we are on the precipice of the beginning of the football season. Only about a week and a half away, but there is still stirrings. And we actually got to hear John Schneider speak about 30 minutes ago. And if you know this, you know that John Schneider is not one who oftentimes tells us a lot or speaks to the media a lot. He will pick his moments, and it's nice last year when he had a normal radio program going on and being able to be kind of peppered a little bit more on that part. But he gave a nice long interview today that I think did have some insights that were of note. I'll try to get maybe a few tandem clips posted to the channel tonight after the show, and especially in regards to Abraham Lucas, which is one of the main worries as we look at it here coming into the season. Is he going to be healthy? Is he not? Is the knee chronic? Has the team already made their peace with the fact he's not going to make it this year? Many fans have a lot of inner turmoil over what's going on here with Abraham, and if he is even going to be able to get out there. And this is where I want to give some good news side of it on this, which is that we got from this. We want to make sure that we're doing right by Abe in regards to the plan, to what they're doing. We're working on the long term with him. It's about his career, not just about this season. It's not a work ethic thing. And the most important part to what he said was that there is no concern that Abraham Lucas won't play in the 2024 season. Shout out to the reporter that asked that specific question, because that's the one at the forefront of Seahawks fans' minds right now. Is he going to be able to play or not? And if he's out, we know how much that heavily reduces down the potential, maybe, or the top end, let's say, not the potential, but the top end of this Seahawks offense. Abraham Lucas, when he walked out there in that first season, gave you almost Pro Bowl level play right out the chute. And this was a guy that I had targeted even going into that draft at that point. I looked at and said, this should be a first round right tackle by the tape that he has put out. He is that good. That is what you're getting as an addition back to this offensive line if he can be healthy. And last year he was nowhere near healthy. We know that. That's why you get the surgery. That's why they had to pull it off. So some encouraging news, not going to be ready game one, not on the active roster right now. But it does appear that John has a heavy amount of confidence that Abraham Lucas is going to play this season, and he'll play well if he's out there and that thing is healthy. I have no doubts about that. He also talked a little bit about linebacker group, feels good about the inside guys there and what they're doing. Everybody's out there pretty much practicing at this point, including Baker, so there wasn't really a draw there saying we're going to still be out there looking on the mark. He said we're always looking to improve it, but I think he feels pretty solid, and mentioned Drake Thomas, that there's some confidence there with him as well. So maybe they feel okay about where they're going with that as far as that goes. Nwosu is a little bit of a day-to-day injury. What we're hearing about from him on that. It's not going on IR. So much like Lucas, overall good news here, even if there's a bit of a question mark to the situation. But Uchenna is going to be probably week to week. And it does sound like he's working his butt off, doing everything he can. But John didn't commit to saying, well, yeah, week one he will be back. I'd probably estimate that they'll try to be a little bit cautious with him, given the nature of we're just kicking off a very, very long season here. In regards to why he held on to so many offensive linemen in this past cut down period, he spoke to the fact that this is a little bit of the trend you're seeing league-wide. I talked about this yesterday on why some people were kind of caught off guard by it, why they kept so many of those guys. And this is a trend thing. This is where the league is going. It is hard to find good offensive linemen. So even if you just have developmental prospects, not talking already good, just developmental guys who might be good long-term, you're going to keep them in your midst. You're not going to let them get away because it's such a hard position to develop. And so you're almost going to end up keeping a couple extra onto that side of it. He mentioned teams that kept 11 and 12 guys. He mentioned some teams that kept 22 players cumulatively between their offensive line and defensive line, which is a lot of bodies on a football team, but just indicative of how much of a precious commodity that remains. All the analytic folks talk to you about the back end and how everything is all the fancy receivers and cornerbacks and all that. But at the end of the day, game, one in the trenches. And I think that this recent trend in regards to keeping more offensive line is only more indicative of that. We got Connor Williams, slight update. Everything's moving along well there. Much like with some of these other guys, not sure if he's going to be ready week 1 necessarily, but there has been no setbacks. It's just a matter of Mike McDonald and company and coaching staff and Grubb saying, okay, we feel good enough where he's at on probably onboarding the playbook in addition to where his knee is at to see if he's really going to be good to go. But good news, encouraging news there. Rashawn Jenkins is out running, not practicing. So there's still a little bit more of a wait and see approach. The team did have Artie Burns on the practice squad, so it sounds like whatever injury he did sustain early on is not quite maybe as bad as it might have looked. And so that was kind of most of, I thought, the important things that he talked about there, especially in the Uchenna update, saying that there is some good news there. The day-to-day stuff, you love to hear that. It is an injury that does tend to be one that does usually be about a 4-weeker on it, but maybe Uchenna can somehow speed that process on up. I, in the thumbnail, posted Geno Smith in this past game, who played outstanding on the one single drive that he was out on the football field, dropped 2 dimes, got himself out of some pressure in addition to that. And I thought that there was an interesting clip rolling around Twitter here this past week here in regards to Warren Sharp, who does some advanced analytical stuff out there for his site out there. Shout out to him, as he's been posting some great Seahawks content. He did another one today on in regards to the wide receivers and Seahawks and the difference in their productivity between 2 wide receiver sets and 3 wide receiver sets last year. But definitely recommend out there to check out some of his stuff because it can be very interesting. But let's just listen to a little bit of what he had as far as a comment in regards to Geno Smith, a little 60-second clip here.
Ranking Geno Smith 20th in the league alongside Derek Carr and below Deshaun Watson and Baker Mayfield in these quarterback tiers that the NFL GMs and coaches vote on, hilarious to me. The last 2 years, Geno Smith is literally the number 2 most accurate quarterback in the league based on CPOE. And he also has the number 1 lowest percentage of incompletions due to inaccurate passes. He is the most accurate quarterback in the league. His EPA per attempt just isn't high because Seattle's not throwing very many touchdowns. I mean, Shane Waldron had this team at a 94% run rate inside the 5-yard line on early downs in the first 3 quarters. That was the number 1 highest run rate in the NFL by far. As a result, they got 6 rushing touchdowns, only 1 passing touchdown. They're 77% run inside the 10-yard line. That's the number 2 highest rate. That's why Geno Smith is just 15th in EPA per play. But look at all these other critical stats for the last 2 years. He's number 10 in yards per attempt. He's number 6 in success rate. He's number 4 in completion rate and number 1 in accuracy. There's absolutely no way this guy should be viewed as below Deshaun Watson and Baker Mayfield and on the same plane as Derek Carr. No way.
Geno Smith has remained one of the more harder quarterbacks, I think, for not just fans to evaluate, but as you can tell by that general manager poll, in addition to that, I think even GMs to firmly kind of get a feel of what he is. There's a lot of divisive opinion about him out there on this. I think he's about to go out and have the best year of his career. He's going to be put into the best position to succeed. And when I say that, it's not merely that I can backtrack many years of his career where he's been put in a great position to succeed at all times. Quite the opposite. This one time now here, I think you're really going to see it. God willing, the health holds up all the way around, or at least holds up enough for this prediction to come true, because I think he's done the work he needs to do in the background to make this happen. And not just this past offseason, but all that he's done over this track of time to get to where he's gotten in his career. And I think he is going to go out there and have this season. And it's on the back of some of these advanced statistics that you'll hear people reference, because you can go back and reference the old boring stats they used back in 1979, passing yards for a season. Or just merely, grab touchdown interception ratio alone. Or you reach for these real simple stats that don't actually get into some of the more advanced stuff that Sharp was just talking about there. There's some other stuff I posted at times in addition to this, like this stat here, allowed share of responsibility on pressure rate. What is the responsibility on that quarterback for the pressure rate? How many times is it him holding the ball too long? How's it him too many times they're doing something a little bit too much rather than get the ball out of his hands where the guy didn't block, but it's on his back. It's reasoning. And as I said, the point of this chart that you want to pay attention to is the last column, for the second to last column from the right. That says QB. That is the percentage of these allowed pressures that's on the back of the quarterback. That's his fault. Josh Allen, 20%, his fault. Mahomes, 20%, his fault. Jalen Hurts, 23%, his fault. 23% of those pressures on your back. You need to make a better choice in those decisions. And where do we find Geno Smith on this? Dak Prescott up at 16%, Lamar Jackson at 20%, Justin Fields at 18%. Where do we find Geno Smith on this list? 6%. Patrick Mahomes, 20%. Geno Smith, 6%. The pressure rate is such an important part of last year, especially in telling the tale of Geno Smith, because of not only the fact that it inhibits you as a quarterback, but how he performed in that storm. How he was able to avoid the catastrophe underneath that amount of pressure. That's the other secondary part of this, and part of the optimism for Geno in this upcoming season. I can show you fourth quarter comebacks from last year, the 5 of them, and the 3 the prior year to that, and show you that he's nails when it's down the line, when the game's on the line. I can go back to the Jets there and show you another year where he had 5 comeback from behind wins in a single season when he was a much younger player, almost showing a bit of proof that when he is out there as your starter, that you can count on him to be that guy to help bring you back from behind. I can show you that kind of stat. I can bring up this, that among quarterbacks who were pressured at least 50 times last year, only 1 quarterback had an on-target rate in the top 5, while also having one of the 5 lowest sack rates when pressured. Geno Smith. It is not that the rose-colored glasses are just that I had come to favor Geno Smith because I just liked the guy. It's because there's so much supplemental data to build upon this to tell you the story of this guy as a quarterback and what he is capable of doing. And he still is getting short-sold to this day, and I'm glad to see it. And I'm going to celebrate the fact when he is able to do so well, because he has shown so much baseline data out there, even over these past 2 years, to give people updated information in regards to their outlook of this guy as a player to adjust where they might have seen him prior. That's all I'm saying with it. I'll leave it at that on that end of it. We got our final roster outlooks. I know we talked about this yesterday, so won't supplement it too much here. It's the thing I think that's notable in the first offensive side of the outlook of this is that they kept a couple extra tight ends in order to probably make sure that the health is going to be okay with a couple of the tight ends that have been nicked up this training camp. Noah Fant's been kind of in and out a little bit with a little slight, I think, foot injury thing going on. Farrell Brown, a little more serious foot injury thing. He's trying to work his way back, trying to make miracles happen there to make that happen. So the Brady Russell makes the roster to kind of reinforce that. Maybe a bit of an indicator here, too, that at least as far as for week 1, that the Seahawks maybe want to try to have some opening up here to be able to run some 2 and 3 tight end sets, especially when it comes to countering the Broncos right now, who, when you look at their inside linebacker position, Cody Barton may have some liabilities in that inside linebacker position that we can exploit. So how can you help exploit it sometimes? You go out and you can drive out sometimes those 2 tight end sets. So maybe some of that in there, just more of an indicator for maybe a little bit of a week 1. Derek Young making the roster shock some people. I think there's a little bit of the special teams value that he brings to play on this. And so there is a little bit of that on that side of it, I think. And he's still got some upside to him as a receiver as well. Really was fighting through that injury last year, more at the forefront than anything else. The only other shocker there was just keeping the 3 running backs. That much is a surprise. I think John just trusts his ability, I guess, to go find that funky 4th RB off the street. You know, he knows a guy down at Safeway that he's bagging groceries right now, but you see that guy in the open field. Whew, look out. He's stocking shelves right now, but you put him out in the flat, he's going to make every first tackler miss. So that's the offensive roster. Defensive roster, as I said, won't prolong this too much. Just a review of this a little quickly. Drake Thomas making the roster was a real big shock to us on the defensive side of the ball. He is a guy a lot of you guys were high on when we got him. I'll give you props to my chat, as there's many of you that were out in front of this one as far as really liking this guy as a player, and the team seems to feel this way because there was some pretty good competition there for Drake and guys that hadn't played bad. Patrick O'Connell, who I don't know if I've gotten fully confirmation he's going to get back to the practice squad or not at this point. We'll get to the practice squad roster where I last saw it, but it's an ever-changing state thing, of course, day-to-day on that side of it. But Drake Thomas making it was notable because John Radigan got cut. He got picked up by another team. So it wasn't like he wasn't pro-able, let's say, and you are keeping Thomas over that. Really the only shocker, I think, on the linebackers. Defensive line, Miles Adams is a guy that I liked a couple of years ago with some of the talent I saw from him and his hand usage and his first step quickness. And I thought that was a guy that could, bring along with his development. You could maybe get himself and carve himself out a nice career in this sport. And he has had his share of flashes here. And he hasn't been bad necessarily, just hasn't fully taken that step forward. as a player that we kind of were maybe hoping for a couple years ago as he looked kind of good initially on the scene. But he's hung around, still remains on the roster, helps to deepen out that defensive line core just a little bit. Your safeties, Kobe Bryant makes it. No shocker there, or not shocker, but a little bit of a surprise there. Was some wonder if he was or not. I think that also helps you there having Kobe Bryant, because now he can also give you sort of an extra corner. Maybe the reason the team went with only 5 cornerbacks here, especially with D. Williams being kind of more of a punt returner than just really a corner. So I would almost reckon to guess that if you go to 4 corner sets, that you're probably going to be calling on Kobe instead of D. Williams in those kind of situations. Those were really the only kind of somewhat surprises, not too many big ones other than the guys that were maybe cut. Jamie Sharif, who got picked up by the Carolina Panthers. He was a monster. I'm going to show you a couple clips from the last game of him because I thought he had really done enough this preseason. I think he led the NFL in pressures, in fact, but just didn't do quite enough, I guess, from Seattle's perspective to make the roster. Carolina liked what they saw, and he'll be interesting to track as a player there because he might be a guy that they put into kind of that pass rushing role and finds a little bit of effectiveness in that role. We're just going to have to see on that side of it. The practice squad roster was also announced here. Michael Barrett coming back down to the practice squad. Like that quite a bit. Kion Barnes was a guy that the Seahawks signed right around kind of nearing the end of training camp, a former USC nose tackle. You want to reinforce some of the nose tackle depth. You're able to do this with Kion. He's not going to give you, I don't think, much as a pass rusher, but he can maybe give you a little bit in there as a fill-in nose at times on that spot a bit. I think he had 1 year with USC at 5 sacks, so he did do it in 1 year, but that was all of his sack production that whole time in USC. Artie Burns, I guess he's okay. Marquise Blair back on the scene, giving you some depth there at the safety position on the practice squad. McClendon Curtis, feel good that they brought him back to practice squad because that guy really is a guard, and you brought him back on this practice squad, I think, understanding like, look, we made you play tackle to make sure we had our healthy bodies for the season, but we can't do you dirty like that and go, well, you didn't do good at tackle, so yeah, but I'm a guard. You guys know I'm a guard. Garrett Greenfield, the South Dakota kid, kind of a project, able to retain him on the practice squad. That's big. George Holani, everybody loves to see that, so you're able to sneak him back onto the practice squad. He wasn't gobbled up. Devaray Leviston, the defensive end, big dog out there. He's retained on. Tyler Mayberry, another tight end. Patrick O'Connell does get back on onto the practice squad. So you do got a couple nice inside linebackers on the practice squad for depth if you don't have your necessarily, this is one that I know has some Seahawks fans a little bit nervous. So not necessarily anything to get super nervous about on that one, but Tayakata played really nice preseason. Did Tayakata, I thought, had an interception, but also played good around that. He makes it. Raekwon O'Neal was a useful lineman for him during preseason. Max Percher, didn't see much of him preseason, but he is retained as well. And then Cody White and Aesop Winston, your overachieving wide receivers who will catch everything you throw at them, who do nothing but get open in the preseason, who seem to show up all throughout training camp, and they get rewarded for that effort and that performance by at least making the practice squad. It's going to be hard for them to make the roster, but you do retain them to the practice squad, which is encouraging to see on that side of it. So that is your current practice squad. It is open to change, and I definitely would say even we go a week and a half from now, you'll have a body or two that get flipped or flopped out on this one. But it does look like outside of Sharif that you were able to kind of keep the guys back in that we were a little worried about maybe losing at the forefront outside of maybe Radigan too. But I feel okay when you got Barrett and O'Connell in there. O'Connell had pushed Radigan very strongly this preseason. It wasn't a huge difference in their level of play. So you feel a little more reinforced on that side of it. In regards to Nwosu, we did get his little tweet here, so he feels pretty confident about coming back. As Lee Spoon says, rest up, King. And he says, yep, I will be right back. So encouraging news here. It does seem like this is in addition to John Schneider says, Nwosu is not going to be out for a long, long period of time on that side of it, which is good to hear. Let's get to some of our segments here on the show on Weekly Roundup, and let's kick it off with our PFF grades of the week. All right, this is the segment of the show that we take the look at the grades from the prior week here with your Seattle Seahawks, how they did, who was the top dog, who held it down, one of your highest graded. Let me get my damn thing right here. One of your highest graded inside linebackers this preseason period, though he, of course, didn't play a remarkable amount of mini snaps, is Tyrell Dodson. He definitely flashed. We saw that Chargers game where he shot the A-gap and brought the running back to a complete standstill on a nice little stick He didn't play a lot of snaps in this past game, but he was your highest graded guy. Ty Akata, I talked about before, has had a really solid preseason, has definitely earned that practice squad spot. Witherspoon was only, much like Tyrell, out there for that 7 snaps, that one series, and then he was off, but he did well with those snaps. Patrick O'Connell, you can see there why I was saying he was pushing John Radigan on this roster with what he was doing. DJ James had an up and down day. The grade would tell you that it was actually an overall solid grade, and maybe that is the case based off the work he did in the first half. But he did get hit a couple times in that second half. It's word on the street right now is that maybe he's going to go back over to Washington and sign with their practice squad. So it does look like he has been one of those guys that is true blue lost right now as it does stand with it. Of course, Lance Boykin on more concentrate on guys that were kind of really going to be playing here. Barnes, as you can see there. Let me get the whole stat over to the side. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to pull, not the coverage side, so you can see everything. Let me see it all. I want to see everything here. Maybe we'll just go full screen. You guys don't need to see my face on this, so you guys can actually see the scores. That might help. Tyrese Knight had a pretty overall average day down the line, but fine. 45 total snaps for him, so he played a lot of that game. You got a lot of run in this preseason with Tyrese, which was good to see for him because you're hoping ideally I think here you can give him that extra year now. Give him a year here to continue to develop, learn this defense, and we might have a little bit of a player here long term, a guy that can be impactful. Mike Morris, 53 snaps in this game. That's not a small sample size to get up to that 68 rating. He showed that he gives you good all-around play. In addition to that, maybe a little bit of run defense dip, but he was a good tackler. The effort is there all the time. He gives you a nice pass rusher from the inside, fluidity between the out and the inside with him, which is so very nice. And good to see on his side of it. Some of your lower graded guys, Geno was out there for 4 plays, so let's not beat him up too much. Derek Hall was only out there for 14 plays as well. I think once Uchenna went down, you sort of went, okay, Hall, your day's done. We're going to preserve you now at this point. So I'm not going to take too much off of 14 snaps. Hall had overall a good preseason, and it seems like he's ready to go by all accounts. Drake Thomas, coming off that IR, plays 25 snaps. Doesn't seem to play well with it, but still makes the roster. So how about that for him on that side of it? Jamie Sharif had a good job as far as the pressures go, but PFF did not like necessarily how he tackled in this game, and a little bit of maybe his run defense on that side of it here. He was okay. He was back in coverage a couple times, dropped back, I suppose. Yeah, they did not like his day overall. I don't know, it wasn't badly graded as a run defender or as a pass rusher. He just ended up really bad. That's kind of weird. Sort of strange on that. Going over here to the offensive side of the ball, Jackson Smith-Njigba was your highest graded guy there. George Halani, part of the reason many of you were clamoring for him to make this roster is he looked so good on the snaps you gave him throughout this preseason. And hopefully we can keep him on that practice squad. DK Metcalf, no surprise there. Catch a touchdown on 5 snaps. You're probably going to end out with a pretty good grade on the day, even off just 1 catch. Raekwon O'Neal, see a little bit maybe of why he was able to make his way into the practice squad. Geno had a good day. How does Geno get, how in the name of God does Geno only get an 80 rating when he's 4 of 5? It's a little bit of the hole in the PFF score sometimes. A little bit of the hole there. Laviska Shenault played a good one in there. Dwayne Eskridge neck and neck. Kind of funny. Those guys had the exact same grade as they were sort of theoretically fighting out that same spot there. McIntosh well graded on his runs. No shocker there, having his 1 run for 56 yards. He was on the field for some other plays, which is why his grades dipped down a little bit on that. Anthony Bradford was just kind of average on his 22 snaps. Same with Oluwatimi. Those guys just kind of held the line, but it's fine with what you're getting. Haynes, 66.8. He ends out this preseason pretty well graded overall. He didn't splash, but he also didn't puke on himself either. So it wasn't necessarily bad to the other side of it. On the low end of it, AJ Barner, who's had an up and down preseason as far as the games at least go, continues that here. It was only 11 snaps, but wasn't well-graded snaps on that. Not a shocker with McClendon Curtis. We talked about this a bunch. He's not a right tackle. He's a guard. He's playing this in a pinch. This is why P.J. Walker's been poorly graded throughout the preseason. No shocker. He's on the downside of that. And Kobe Lewis, I thought as well, I was a little worried yesterday that they were going to hold on to Kobe Lewis, who had not a very good preseason, and you're going him over Holani? Please, no. Don't do that. As far as your overall grades go throughout this preseason period, kind of here's the special teams grade too for those that might care. Brady Russell, George Holani, high grade guys, Radigan, Kenny McIntosh. These are all sample size, not much to take away with on that, I would say. But we got the, maybe that was the overall grades I put it. Is that where we're at? Trying to get to the overall grades. Sorry, folks. There we go. So we got the overall grades here for the preseason period. Dodson and Hall were your highest graded guys, defensively speaking. Witherspoon, number 4 at 75. Not a lot of snaps, obviously. Third, you can see the snap count on that. That TOT is the total snap count. And then run defense, pass rush give you the run snap numbers and the pass rush snap numbers that you get on that side of it. Jonathan Hankins, well regarded, which is good to see because we need him at the nose tackle. Cesar played pretty well for you in this preseason overall as a player all the way down the line. I did think we were getting a kind of surprised he was able to make the practice squad as we dip down here through the top 20 guys on your rating. Jackson did well. Lance Boykin, Tyrese Knight, no surprise there that he was well graded. Darrell Taylor did pretty good on his snaps. And Julian Love, some of your starters doing pretty good. Nehemiah Pritchett, the other Auburn cornerback that we kept, well graded in what he did. He I thought was pretty solid too. Offensive grade wise, DK Metcalf was your highest graded guy. Didn't play a whole lot, of course, with just had 5 total snaps on his side of it. Aesop Winston Jr., 81.2 overall grade from him. So good from Aesop. Olani, Geno Smith, Laviska Shenault. Laviska was awesome this preseason, in my opinion. He's giving us a kind of weapon I don't know if we've had here to this degree. Man, maybe Percy Harvin on that side of it. Anthony Bradford looks like, in my opinion, he's ready to step up and become your starter at that right guard position, which would then, I think, eventually free up, if not initially, long-term, will free up then Christian Haynes to slide over there to left guard. McIntosh, much like a couple of these other guys, was just great throughout the whole preseason period, in my opinion. Forsythe gets beat up upon, but he was your 13th highest graded player here on your Seattle Seahawks this preseason, and that's over on 100. That's through 3 games. That's over 100 snaps. That's no small sample size. As I said about Haynes, he was not badly graded. He was not greatly graded. He was just good, solid. It's a rookie. He's learning the ropes. 65 grade. That's about an average for PFF overall grade. So him holding up at that, doing that both at left and right guard, not having any drop at performance at either of those two positions is probably pretty notable. Eskridge, outside of even that last strong game, still was just around your 17th highest graded player. Jarrell showing signs of life there as your kind of project tackle you're going to keep on this roster. And Derek Young, who can do a lot of things like I talked about before with that. So those are your preseason PFF grades here. And some surprises. Good to see Derek Hall taking that big step forward because you are really hoping he can be that guy that solidifies it down there with Boye Mafe. They both project out to be really strong edge run defenders who also give you a good amount of pass rush. Not to the elite setup stage of pass rush as far as their top end, but just short of that. But you're getting a complete player off both sides if he can take that big final step forward in his development. All right, let's keep it going here. This is a segment that we got to do where I say you got to keep an eye on the enemy. Don't forget, you got to keep an eye on the enemy. What are they doing? What are they making moves wise? Where are they at? That way, you better understand what we're going to have to deal with when we come to the season. So this is a segment I call Tracking the NFC West. Now, normally on this little segment, I would be looking at the prior games of this season, and I have been doing a little bit of that on the preseason games, but what stood out to me in looking at all 3 preseason games for our NFC West foes is that they didn't play anybody. Everybody sat, everyone. I think some of these teams like the Niners and Rams are dealing with some pretty heavy amount of injury situations. You go and look at the Rams depth chart right now, and you're seeing, suspended, out, injured, out. Ooh, this is getting a dicey week 1 here for the Rams, and Niners have some injuries, and then they still have a couple guys still holding out. So this is more going to look at a couple of big picture items right now going on with these teams in the NFC West. I think that is more of kind of the notable part as we bend this forward towards the start of the season, just in my opinion on this. And it first starts with the Niners, who of course are our main rival right now, and the team that we're looking to unseed out the top of the division. And they've had, I don't know if you've been hearing about it. Has anybody heard about this? I don't know if anybody's aware. There's some contract disputes out there with the Niners. I don't know if you guys have heard. I'm seeing it come up on your feed. It's been long and arduous, this long, drawn-out process of negotiations with Brandon Ayuk. And at one point, we were certain there was a deal of him being moved to the Patriots, and then he didn't want to go to the Patriots. Then there was a deal to the Steelers, and then he didn't want to go to the Steelers. And then there was going to be a deal done because he didn't want to go to the Steelers, so he was going to accept the Niners, and the Niners were going to pay the Steelers offer, but then he wanted a fourth year, more money on the fourth year of the deal, and the problem wasn't the money on the early part of the contract, but it was on the late part of the contract. And then the Niners were like, no, we don't want to do that fourth year of the deal. Now we're right back to square one. So now we don't know what the hell's going on with it, but I do know this. It's to the Seattle Seahawks' benefit that this situation has prolonged out. And it's even sort of gets to be compounded, like when you used to do your math problems and you put the little extra number up in the corner of the first number. Yeah, that's what's happened here because Trent Williams remains holding out. And based off of everything that I've been looking into on this situation with that, he is asking for the bag. He wants to be paid. This isn't about him saying, make some moderate adjustment. We can come to some easy middle ground here quickly. This is him saying, no, I'm the best tackle in the sport. I'm the best tackle in the sport by far. You need to reward me for that. I am your most important offensive player. And so there's two protracted negotiations. We are about a week and a half out of these games. Neither player is practicing. Neither has a certain resolution coming down the pike. And boy, when you hear a clip like this from Mr. Lynch, you start to think maybe it's starting to kind of get a little dicey down there in Santa Clarita.
Was it communicated to Brandon's camp at any point, say in the last few weeks, that he would be expected to practice starting?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into our communication again, but there's, at some point you got to play.
We may finally find this thing shifting a little bit. It seems the Niners are now going to put their foot in the ground and say, no, you're going to play this season and you're going to play on that contract. Does now Ayuk pivot back to them and say, no, I have the leverage. I'll just wait till week, 12, accumulate my final year of whatever. You got to get a credit for a full season. You have to play by week 12 if you hold that as a player. And then I'll just move on after the season. You won't franchise me. You won't have the money to franchise me at that point. I'll go wherever I want to go. So does Ayuk counter this in that way? It's kind of like Lynch knocking the ball into their court if indeed the Niners have basically hit the standstill spot on the negotiations. But as I said, no doubt about with this is a benefit to your Seattle Seahawks. I'm perfectly fine trying to take them on heads up fully at full strength, but it certainly can help too if things can be made a little bit easier, especially this first season of Mike McDonald as he's trying to onboard this scheme. Also worth noting, the Niners cut recently 2 third-round picks, and I was having a lot of frustration I was feeling from my chat yesterday in regards to DJ James. 6th-rounder. Dude, we just drafted a 6th-rounder for nothing. And I was trying to give a little bit of some slight pushback on this, is that I was getting a little bit of that energy back off of it, and I'd be kind of confused by it, where I go, do we all understand what a 6th-rounder brings versus, like, that's the reaction you have if you're giving up on a safety that you drafted in the 1st round last year, like the Vikings did. That's the reaction you have if you're a Niner fan today and you're saying, you just drafted Cameron Latu last year in the 3rd round, and Danny Gray, a wide receiver in the 3rd round, and now you're cutting them today. And if you look at the Niners, they have a track record of hitting on some of their 3rd-round picks since Lynch has been there with Shanahan, but they have a lot of horrible misses in there as well. And when they miss bad. So when you're looking at that loss of a DJ James, put it in perspective of a team like, let's say, with San Francisco, of missing that bad on those 2 particular players. And in the case of Latu, you could see this coming. Anybody that watched him at Alabama went, it's not a tight end prospect. It's not a tight end that can block. It's not a tight end that can catch. It's a bit of a problem for tight ends. But they went right through it. They went right through it on that side of it. So Lynch a little bit mad on his edge to this. Niners coming the season, tiny bit beaten up a little bit, but then also missing some of their more important players. How's this going to factor as they've got a tough opening matchup against the Jets? We shall see. The Rams, as I talked about, look at their depth chart. It is pretty beaten up. Alaric Jackson is going to be suspended for the first 2 games due to a personal conduct violation in the NFL. They just got Stafford back from a hamstring thing. Puka's been dealing with some injuries. And they made a very shocking trade over the last day or 2 here. I think it was yesterday, where they moved one of the better players on their defense, inside linebacker Ernest Jones, who is a very young player, ascending great fit for what they've asked him to do over the past couple of years, and they've moved him to the Tennessee Titans for a 5th-round pick. The Titans continue to rebuild the defense off of spare parts in certain respects. Not spare parts here, where this is got much more better in spare part, but they're doing a very smart job, in my opinion, of the Titans. Not necessarily doing what some teams would do, just throw money at the problem. They're trying to creatively solve their defense with some of the moves they've made, and even bringing a Jamal and a Quandre Diggs in, where I don't know if those moves will work, but they're not spending a lot to try it out. And on this one, they're not spending a lot on this one. Outside of, they're probably going to end up giving this guy a contract extension. I would imagine it's going to go in tandem with that. But weird of the Rams, coming into a season where many people think they're going to be a contending team, is this a bit of an indication that somewhat here that the Rams don't see themselves in that same place, where you're on the doorstep of the football season and you're going to weaken yourself? You could make, I think, a pretty strong argument that if he's not your second best defensive player, at least your 3rd best defensive player right now, and you're doing that on the heels of just losing Aaron Donald this offseason in addition to it, it seems strange. Now, I have heard that there is rumors of maybe there's some knee injury problems or something going on there with Ernest long term that the Rams didn't like. Perhaps they just don't want to pay inside linebackers. When you look at the Rams' recent history, they definitely don't seek always to go out there and spend a lot of money on that inside linebacker position, that's for sure. They've paid other spots, corner, defensive tackle, edge, but they don't necessarily pay inside linebackers. And maybe this is a bit indicative of that, but the bottom line of it is that already for a team that was going to be weakened by last year, no argument, I don't think, to be made that 2 of your best 3 defensive players on that Rams defense are Ernest Jones and Aaron Donald, and you're losing them both now for this upcoming season here. Just another opponent that looks a little bit weakened a little bit from where maybe we looked at them being, let's say, at the end of the season last year, as we were kind of trying to look at this thing going forward. So the Rams, in a little bit of a strange spot, not saying they're going to be bad, but just that's a weird one. I would be very thrown off if I was a Rams fan right now on the back of that move. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and if you look at some of the Rams fans' reactions online, they're not making much sense of it either. The Cardinals, not much to get here with the Cardinals. It's been an 0-3 preseason. They've not played Kyler Murray. They do got their quarterback backup situation set up. Desmond Ridder will be on the practice squad, and they're going to try to put this forward another season. And look, the offense might be good. A lot of people love Greg Dortch. Michael Wilson looks strong out of Stanford in his first year. And then they're adding Marvin Harrison Jr. there. And you have seen in the past when you gave DeAndre Hopkins to Kyler Murray that he can seemingly use and knows how to utilize a number 1 wide receiver. And so this team seems like on the surface of it, especially with how they run the ball, that they're at least going to be able to do some things offensively. You do look at them, though, wondering defensively where the pass rush is going to come from. They lost B.J. Ojulari, the young pass rusher. They were hoping to be kind of a centerpiece point to that pass rush. He's gone for the year. They're maybe going to eventually make a Hassan Reddick trade. I think that'd be your Vegas odds favorite to me of a team that looked to go and grab him if he is going to get moved. But they are nonetheless, to me, looking still in a place that I don't know how anybody can look at them and their roster and their talent on their roster and look at us and our roster and not see a very, very wide difference of birth of talent. And I think that's shown out even in this preseason, where they don't look good even in the preseason. And I'm not saying preseason's something to walk away from with it, but he's trying to establish some things there. And I don't know, maybe Kyler Murray will just make that much of a difference. Maybe they can just run the ball 24/7. We'll sort of, I guess, see on that. Let's get back over to a couple of things from this past game that I want to touch upon if we can. And this is a segment that I have fully ripped off. Old ESPN segment that they used to run. It's lighthearted. It's not meant to be taken too seriously. It's just a segment looking at a prior play from the last game where you just go, man, that player had some control in this situation over that outcome. That was not a caught in the heat of moment thing. That was you had some control over that thing moment thing. And this is a play from the past game where there is a great play being made on the outside by Boykin, Lance Boykin to be exact. Comes in, puts a nice hit here. I mean, just a wonderful hit here on the edge. This is actually also going to be run in tandem with my play call of the week. And he comes up, makes a great hit, makes a play in front of the sticks, 3rd down stop, and he gets all up in the face of the guy. He just can't help himself. Barking. And I say to this, you got to have control in this day and age to understand that's an auto penalty. You're trying to make the team. You made a great play. You got the stop. Your team's about to get off the field. And he doesn't just sit there and bark once. He doesn't bark a twice. He barks and barks and barks. It's like that neighbor's dog you got that even once the neighbor's home. Why you still barking? Still barking. There's nobody outside. Who you barking at? Bark, bark, bark. Penalty. Then what happens? Auto first down. Then what happens 2 plays later? 50-yard touchdown. You could have gotten off the play right here and there. Boykin, man. Come on, man. Taunting. I get it. I get it. You want to let him know. You want to let him know time is. You're trying to make a roster, though. I wouldn't like if you were a star doing it and like, come on, did you just your whole defense has to now remain on the field because you just couldn't bark once. It's like the hip thrust in Key and Peele, you know? He probably could have gotten away with 2 barks, but then he threw the 3rd bark out there. Too much woofing. Official's like, well, now I just have to do it. You know, the official's over there like right watching him, just like, there's 1, there's 2, oh, 3, there we go. But brutal play in that moment of the game, and certainly a teaching moment there from Mike McDonald to his players going, look, walk away 5 yards and start doing all the barking over there. You can bark at the nothingness, but bark at the world. But don't do it right at the player's face. They're going to call that. They're going to call it every time. All right. That play did happen, though, on a play that is in tandem with a play that is part of another segment that I have here. We got a lot of segments here on this Wednesday Roundup show. And this segment is the play call that hit different.
This one hit different.
And on this play call, this is the very same one that we were just looking at a second ago. It makes that very easy, doesn't it? That helps it. That helps it do its thing. So, what we're going to look at here is first take notice prior to the snap to the left-hand side of your screen. And we will notice that we've got 2 Seahawks stacked up off the edge there, right? And with the recording options you get on the online deal, sorry about the overlay a little bit there, but it's a little bit, sometimes they don't let you kind of show the full play prior to the snap, so you have to kind of make do with this a little bit. But what you want to see here is you got 4 guys to the left-hand side of the offensive line's formation here. If I chop that center down the half, right? If I took the center and I just took a line straight down the line, you got 4 to the left, and you've got 3 showing to the right. So you've got blockers for the 3 to the right, but only if you slide the center back over to the right. And the Seahawks are bringing the heat off the left side. So what the quarterback does here is the protections get adjusted to the left. The slide adjusts to the left. And why? Because look, Okada's coming downhill. They're showing the blitz. It's coming. I'm telling you, man, it's coming. It feels like it's coming. That's that whole thing I tell you. When they're down here like this, it's very hard to say it's fake. It isn't happening. It's not real. They're going to just drop into a 4-man box. You go, no, they're coming. No, it's coming. And you want to have that instinct as a quarterback every time or as a center every time to change into that protection. So they slide the protections a little bit here. Let's go to post-snap now. Same position here. Same situation. And look at the alignment. It's a little bit lighter to the high side of the defensive formation. You got Mike Morris. You got the other 2 stacked over the top of him. We've got the 4 stack on the side. So we run the numbers game fully here on the offensive line. You've got 3, 6 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got 7 guys showing that they're going to come for the 6 blockers up front. The running back can help and give you a full 7-on-7 there, but it still gets confusing trying to kind of get that all blocked up if you're an offensive line. But look at the top of the screen, what's happening here now. Watch this little tandem move here, and this is right before the snap. So you see the snap come off, but watch the 2-man movement between Okada, 39, and the slot corner. You see that subtle change? The protections have slid left, but I'm pulling 1 man out from left. I'm driving him right now. And what ends up happening? You end up with a free rusher off the left side. Now it gets picked up still relatively well by this Browns team. But look as well, the sticks are at the 40-yard line. The quarterback would like this play from a 3rd and 10 scenario to allow those guys to get past the sticks. What this pressure looks to do on those kind of situations of 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10s is it's looking to force the quarterback's clock to speed up before the routes can get to the sticks. That's what happens here. So while it gets picked up relatively well by the rounds, even though they're surprised by it, because you can see what ends up happening here post-snap, let's lock into that same left-hand side of that offensive line formation, okay? Left tackle, left guard, center. What happens here post-snap? You drop 2 back into coverage. You only end up bringing 1 extra. So you end up with Mike Morris double-teamed up. The pack picks up the other blitzer, and then the one last extra guy coming is the guy that gets free. You can see him there. He's the guy that forces the throw by Walker off the back, not Walker, but by DTR off the back foot, Robinson. The quarterback throws off the back foot because of the slot pressure. So Okada, Tyrese Knight drop out. The slot pressure comes downhill with the other safety that's aligned in there right over the B gap. But this is the hard part about reading this prior to the snap, because everything prior to the snap on you tells you that this blitz is coming. It's coming off the left side. And they slide that. You do end up in a position here. We got 1, 2, 3, 5 guys, right? We do end up in a position where we've got 5 guys coming, but they keep the running back in. That's part of that protection check that they just made with DTR is the running back stays inside here too as well. So what you've done in addition here is you're getting the pressure with a free rusher, but they should have the numbers here to pick this up. You shouldn't end up with a free rusher. You didn't overload them. You gave them the appearance of an overload. And you changed it right at the snap with that subtle little bit of movement. Second that you realize the protections were changed, Okada's moving. He's going to go in out. Tyrese is out. And now you got the free rusher coming, and now watch where the throw goes. He's got to throw this ball here. 2 defenders in space right there. The route over the top, basically, which is to run those defenders off and open this up, is cut off. He's got to throw this basically at 5 yards when it needs to get to 7. You complete this with a 5-yard play. You needed a 3rd and 7. And it's because you were able to speed up the quarterback's clock, and you were able to speed up the quarterback's clock because you were able to confuse him prior to the snap about what he was seeing. You get him to change the protections to open the door for the pass rusher late. One more time, just run it full speed for you guys so you can see it here. This gets right home. Quick completion. You have 2 men there to make the play. Great play call. You're going to see more of this type of stuff on the often in the Seahawks defense. This is a big part of what Mike McDonald does. Stack those boxes. You don't know who's coming. You don't know where they're coming from. You don't know who's going to drop back into coverage post-snap. And it's very hard to predict that type of stuff. Offenses want a lot more certainty. The whole point at times of running motion is to get offensive certainty about the coverages that you're going to see on the back end. Is it man? Is it zone? The one place offenses don't want to be is in a place of utter confusion. Devo Martzall. Sorry, I don't want to spend too long not looking at your dono. Thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate you for that, Devo. He says, appreciate you, Brandon. I think Geno and DK both could have career years. Grubb's offensive scheme is what DK needs. I think this is the year is going to be a fun, faster paced game. I'm pumped. Go Hawks. Great thoughts from you on that. You know, I'm completely in the same mode and point of assessment on both of those 2 fronts in regards to Geno, DK. I throw even Kenneth Walker in there. I think those 3 guys are really going to be a 3-headed attack from this team. We're going to get more from other guys too, but you're really going to see those guys come out and have the best years of their career, in my belief. And I do believe you're right too. Grubb's scheme is just what DK needs. I need somebody with some creativity to utilize what I bring to the football field. Not merely look at every problem like it's a nail and DK is a hammer, but understand that he can provide more than that. You know, he's got certainly some things that he's really great at, and other things, there's some things you maybe not as great as some people want to point to, but you can definitely use him better than he's been used prior. And at the head of that is making him more of a point of emphasis, getting him on the move prior to the snap, finding a way to get him freed up in this offense to where he doesn't have the shackles put on to him by the double teams. I have mentioned a couple of different times on this about DK and the number of double teams that he's dealing with at times. And you can see this year by year. I've tracked this stat year by year. He's been as high as up as the second, the way this stat's been tracked in recent years. So he's gotten all the way up there. I think he was at like 6th last year. I'm trying to see if I can find the statistic here, which I had pulled aside, but I'm not able to locate it here at the moment. But we'll pull it up here before the end of the stream if I can find it. So he was up around that spot in prior years. And this last year even, and it's, put this in perspective. He's even off this last year. If you look at the number of times double teamed A.J. Brown, a lot of people would tell you A.J. Brown's, way better. But yet, at the end of the day, DK's being doubled at a much higher rate than even A.J. Brown when you looked at these numbers in this chart. So I agree with you. I think he is going to go really far, all three of those guys. I'm glad you're pumped. I think the Seahawks fandom in general is getting to that stage of things. And you guys are right. I'm saying you're rightfully so to be in that place of being pumped. This is a lot of not just kind of good vibes leading up to the season right now. It's just kind of things are flowing in the right direction you would hope them to flow for this to potentially take off immediately. It's not to make a firm prediction it's going to happen, but just if it was going to happen, this is the way it would need to progress to get to that stage of things. Oh, here we go. Let's see. All right, I found the stat. I found it. All right. So this would be your double team rates for the 2023 season, 2022-2023 season. You can see you've got up at the top the mark here, Justin Jefferson by a wide margin being double teamed at the rate that he's being double teamed. You got Tyreek Hill up there at his rate of double team. You can see there well over 30% rate there. You got DK Metcalf at 25.6 coming in at 8th. What's notable about DK coming in 8th again is that there's all these guys that people would tell me, and even in my chat recently, from CeeDee Lamb to Cooper Kupp, Amon St. Brown, Stephon Diggs, even 8. Look at how far A.J. Brown is down on that list of things as far as his double team rates on that. Look how low he is. And the reason, again, I bring this up is it's just, what is it that the fan that kind of tries to dunk on DK with him on, he's not this, he's not that, he's not this. Well, okay, but what is it that you know then that these other defensive coordinators don't know? Because by your metric, then these defensive coordinators are kind of morons, right? You're one to say DK ain't a problem. He ain't dominant. He ain't something that is where you start every week as a defensive coordinator of how are we going to stop that? Then why are they double teaming him this often? Why does he get it this much year after year? And not on a one-off, but as a year-by-year basis. And it's, I think when you come down and really look at it, it's more of, he is that guy. And this is why I do believe this upcoming year, Devo, the year you're going to really get to see that fully come into bloom, in my opinion. Fully. Let's get on to our next segment here. This is the biggest hit of the week.
The biggest hit of the week.
Not a lot of big hits in this past Sunday's game. There was a couple little tiny smacks in there a little bit, but everything was pretty above board. The one I'm going to go to, though, is this one right here. It's going to be a bubble screen to Laviska Shenault, and he gave a little bit of Charbonnet love. He gave a little bit of Charbonnet love to a la the Carolina Panthers last year with a little bit of finish. And I wanted to highlight this play because I love watching finish from any ball carrier, much less a wide receiver on a bubble screen. But this is also indicative of what you get from Laviska Shenault as a potential player within the confines of this offense, and we saw it throughout the course of all of this preseason. He said himself, he's a yak guy. He prides himself on being that player. He understands who he is and what he brings. I think in a lot of ways he's reached that point of his career, as I've made this comparison to a guy like Cordell Patterson. Not exactly the same kind of player, but very close in certain echoes to what they do. In that, at first with Cordell, he was drafted very high. He was drafted to be turned into a traditional wide receiver who could then be really a great yak guy around that. He was not exactly that. He was just a yak guy. So you got to get the ball into his hands and let him go and work. I love this hit at the end. You got two guys closing in on Laviska Shenault. He could just go down easy here. He could just go lean out of bounds. It's a preseason game. Doesn't matter for nothing. But he shows you a little bit of that physicality he brings as a runner. And it's what makes this such a hard skill set to find is that everybody wants the Deebo Samuel guy in their offense. But most of the time with these wide receivers, when you're going to try to take one of them and make them do it, you're getting a guy then that doesn't have that ability to be rugged enough with the ball in his hands. A simple grab up around the shoulders can bring him down. Just doesn't always take a lot, to get to that stage of it with it. So, he's a guy that he can fight through those arm tackles. He can be that quintessential guy that maybe that looks like a 2-yard, 3-yard play, but he's going to fight through that cornerback's tackle, get an extra 2 or 3 yards, get you that 6, 7 yards every time he goes to it on a bubble screen or a fly sweep. And it's been a vital missing element of this offense for years here. And he's going to provide it in full force. He's not Deebo. He's maybe not a Cordell Patterson, but he's a really good player. And every time he got his hands on the ball in this preseason, multiple times over, he did something with it, including this hit, including this run at the end of this play. But I'm really excited about what Laviska brings to the offense, and a really nice find by Schneider because he's getting this really strong skill set for this position. He's getting the real good kick returner in addition to that, and he's doing so only on $1 million. He guaranteed the contract, which was probably that last little cherry he had to drop on top of this thing to make it happen. But it's going to look like a really great contract in retrospect if this guy ends up going out for 400 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving collectively by what he's doing as sort of this gadget guy. And people have mentioned to me at times, well, doesn't it get predictable at that point when he comes out on the football field, being Laviska Shenault? Can't defenses then lock into what he's doing on the bubble screen side of it? And the answer to that is, to a degree, yes. But remember, with Grubb, everything's got a counter to it. Everything's got a segment within it to where, oh, you're going to try to come up and take this thing away? I'm going to attack that space you just vacated. You want to bring the safety up because you're sure it's going to be a bubble screen? I'm going to make everything look like a bubble screen, and I'm going to turn it into a 9 route with the guy who's going to start blocking, and then he's just going to peel off and turn it into a 9 route over the top. That's the way Grubb will hit you with that. So even if you think this is also a predictable thing, it's not going to be able to. You're sort of taking his trap if you do that. Laviska's in the slot. Everybody, let's pull up. Let's pull up, everybody. Let's pull up. And he might do something like throw it to Laviska in the slot, and then have Laviska throw it over the top because he loves his trick plays too. Don't get you can't get all like aggressive with Grubb. You can't decide on something. This guy's in there. He's not that way with it. He's going to counter you if you try to roll it that way. You got to play it straight up. And in this case, on this particular play, what you'll notice with this is that you have an unguarded Laviska Shenault at the line here. And I don't know that this was a play that was checked to, or is an option call to go to, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least if this is more of an option call they're going to based off of the fact that when you look at this at the jump, too high safety, off coverage on the high side, Laviska uncovered at the snap. That looks like a free 5 yards, does it not? I throw it to him. He's going to get past the line, basically the slot safety's acting like a linebacker here. He's not going to get over to him. If I throw that, away from the leverage there, and Bobo's going to get down to that block, not like that guy's going to come up and close on Laviska on the bubble screen to the outside. So this is also a little bit of a potential play you have as a option kind of play. Like we have a certain play called, but if we get this certain look, we're just going to throw it to the bubble screen every time. Nice play by Laviska. All right, let's get to our final segment here on the Seahawks Weekly Roundup. This is the underrated hero of the week. Not an easy call to make on this one. I was torn on this one a little bit. Wanted to go with Jamie Sharif, and I think that he has a good standing here to be a guy that we look at and say deserves to be lauded as that guy to be your underrated hero in this week. He had himself 2 sacks, 3 tackles, got back here on this play with a nice little stutter step to the rip move. Nice little play on his part, going after the guard. So an outside rusher rushing from the inside here on this play. It was kind of nice to see on his part. Come back again here, attacking now from the outside. Again, just getting to the edge, using effort. Called him a ball of knives in my breakdown. He certainly is that. Let me loop this thing. Goes heads up, just gets into the lean, fights to the block. Bad job by the tackle of keeping his hands on it. It's a real bad rep by him as much as anything else there. But good job of sticking with the pressure, getting his second sack, and he even did a little bit in coverage. They didn't love his coverage stuff here, but you see him here dropping to your left-hand side of your screen, able to get up there in coverage for a guy that's an end. I mean, what do you want him to do, right? Left-hand side of your screen here, 44, drops off, picks up the player, gets the tackle, keeps him ahead of the sticks. So Sharif played a good game. I definitely think if you wanted to make the argument that he was your underrated hero of the week, you could. And good to hear that he was able to land on an active roster if he couldn't make his space here, because he did everything he could to make the roster here this preseason. But the guy that I'm going to give it to is going to be Jason Mother effing Myers. Jason Myers. We beat on him a lot, and he's earned it at times because he makes us nervous. Cost us a game last year by not making a game-winning kick, but the man has got a big-time leg, and he does, as far as if you can say a kicker is really talented as they come. It's just about consistency with him. It's just about that year in and year out ability to be great to bad, great to bad, great to bad. He is the Two-Face from the Batman novels, you know? He's about justice one day, and the other day he's just about breaking hearts. Well, he had a great game here this last week, and the Seahawks won by 4 points. They were able to just kind of get the Browns edged out. I think it was a lot more comfortable game than really the final score would indicate. But Jason Myers did his part with this, and 3 of 3, 58-yard field goal attempt he hit in this game in the Marine layer of Seattle in that game, and made all of his extra points, 13 points in total in this game. All of his field goals were hard. None of those were chip shot, easy peasies. Had to make them all, basically, to end up coming out with the full win on this. And so I give Myers a little bit of the nod. Good to see so far through the preseason. He hit every one of his field goal attempts. Missed 2 PATs, but he hit every one of his attempts. So if we come out of this season and he's made every single field goal, but he's missed collectively 8 PATs, well, then by my math, that's only really worth almost just under 3 missed field goal attempts, and that's still acceptable at that point. Not great, but acceptable. So Myers will be my underrated hero of the week. He brought us through on this one. Tip of the nod to Mr. Myers for holding it down on his end here through the preseason, at least on field goals. We'll see how it goes with PATs. Maybe we just need to go for 2 every time. Maybe that's just the case. If you could for me too, please, today, folks, smack that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. I also want to thank all the new subscribers to the channel that we got over here the last month or so. We've been just clicking along, which is good to see. If you're not subbed up, please do get subbed up as well. I would really appreciate it, as we are trying to get up over that 20,000 mark. And I would love to get up over that spot if we can do so on that side of it. Flippin' Flapjacks, I want to thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I love the username, and I thank you for becoming a member of the channel. We'll be doing in a couple days here on the channel Saturday a call-in show. So if you want to, a lot of people have requested to do a call-in show here with me. Well, if you're a member of the channel, you get a link into that. So every month, once a month, we'll do a call-in show here for the Hawks Nest. We'll be doing that on Saturday. So if you are a member of the channel, do take a look at your community posts, as I've put a link to that show there on that side of it. And you want to be definitely join us in there. I always love chopping it up with you guys on that side of it over there. We'll probably be a little bit of a truncated show here today, as we went about 5 hours yesterday. So probably going to keep it somewhat short today, but definitely go through some of your guys' questions where you guys might want to be. So if there's anything, we're going to go more specific today than just every comment in the chat. If you guys got a question, just if you can, put a reference to Hawks Nest, Brandon, whatever you want to call me. Hey, you, moron. No. I got a question for you over here. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you all the people for subbing on up. And let's see where everybody's at as far as these final rosters. Had a kind of a night to kind of sift through this one a little bit. Xac says the problem with taunting is that sooner or later it could get racial. The NFL is terrified of that happening. That is, I guess, a potential problem with it. And it is one you've got to also think about, I think, too, from the fact of, kids watch this sport. And I don't know if you guys have ever watched it. There was that basketball video that was floating around a couple of years ago where you had like these 8-year-old kids, and the whole team had gotten on this whole thing about just the worst kind of trash talk, and you can see them taking a lot of the same mannerisms of the pro players, and you got them doing that to kids, and you're going, I don't know if I like this. And it does go down. It does roll downhill in that way. And is that something that you want? It's one thing if it's grown men doing it. It's another thing if you have, in the name of sportsmanship and all that, is this really right and good? And so I get the reasoning behind it too. And preventing fights is, Nick mentions another thing. Refs are trying to prevent fights. I get that part of it as well. And that's where I think that the coaches are right in that moment to be mad on that player and to hammer him hard and say, hey, that's unacceptable. This is everyone's known for a while we can't go here. This isn't 2011, where before it was a free-for-all where you could pretty much teabag a guy in the open field and the official would just be sitting there like, I don't know, man, you shouldn't have gotten blocked. But we're not in that day and age anymore. Haley says, if someone hears mean things and takes a swing, they get ejected, but calling a penalty for taunting is effing dumb rule made by people who have never played sports. It's definitely a controversial one, Haley. That's for sure with it. Haley says, Bo Nix is going to be a sad man. I think Bo Nix is going to be in for a tough day. Heavy amount of, I think, what Peyton's going to do for him that's going to do good for Nix this year is the scripted stuff, is giving him things, giving him a plan of action to allow for him for having early season success, rookie season success. But if you face a defense that can take that away at the forefront of it, I think that could be an issue for Nix because he's not as much a guy about, at this point in his career, rolling through progressions and necessarily using improvisation at the forefront of his game. He's got escapability and he can run and he'll use that, but the improvisation stuff you do wonder a little bit about. Hazard says Bo Nix will be discombobulated in Seattle, but somehow beat the Chiefs once this year starts. He just might. He'll get better, I bet, as the year goes along. And he does have a good pass protecting offensive line. Church of Sacred Cacti says Laviska Shenault is what we thought Eskridge would be, or hoped Eskridge would be. That's right. That's pretty much what we had hoped this was going to become with him, and never was able to kind of round into that. But this is Chenault's game, and he is a legitimately talented player. He is not just a guy that doesn't. He can catch a little bit too. Is he more of a gadget guy, and you got to lean into that role for him at the forefront? Yeah, absolutely. But he is. He can do some things. That's where it gets hard on just playing up on the bubble screen stuff with him. Especially when you keep in mind with him is when you bring on the field, if you want to think like that as a defense, or you're thinking of like that, like, oh, we'll pull the double team off DK so we can slide this guy up into the slot, give some extra help to our slot corner if they run the bubble. Oh, now DK goes over the top. Calm Cow, what would happen if we elevated RD? Would we have to drop someone? So we are still 53 men. How does it work? Where does the drop player go? So you would need to drop somebody if you were to add Artie Burns to the active roster. The person that you release would go to waivers. Waivers then go to the NFL. There is a waiver priority. Teams that I think are at the time worst record, or wherever they in the offseason they currently have still remained standing, I think, in their waiver priority. You get the first kind of go at it. First right of refusal, let's call it, for the said recently waived player. Then if he clears waivers without somebody making a claim on him, you can then revert him to your practice squad. But then in reverting him to the practice squad, you, of course, need the hole which you have with the Artie Burns opening. So that part doesn't need to be covered, but he would need to clear the waiver period and through the priority of the waiver stuff. Calm Cal, can you speak a bit more on the Artie Burns thing? Well, Artie Burns was dinged up bad in that last game. There was the route that he gave up on the over route, and he came up real limpy. Some people thought it was a lot more major of an injury. According to John Schneider, it's a toe thing. And so it doesn't appear to be as serious as it kind of looked at first, because we were hearing, carted off and all that. He is a really mainly slot guy, but he is a guy that provides a nice overall around skill set, I think, that would appeal to Mike McDonald too, and that he can do some fluid things there. He can do man coverage, zone coverage stuff. And it might be as much about them feeling stronger about Artie Burns as a guy in the slot as a backup, as opposed to DJ James, who I don't think that they had a lot of faith in him come Cal long term as a guy that could hold up there based off of what they saw in the preseason. Probably especially, I would imagine, as a tackler and just how he plays the run game in general, I think, is a bit at the forefront of that. And then he's just not good enough as a cover guy to, in addition to that, to make it worth it there on that end of it. So sounds like it's a toe. Could be the old turf toe thing. We'll see with that. But he's shown that he can be actually a pretty strong guy for you in the slot if that's the role you need him to play. I mean, I might make an argument here, Colm Cal, that he's better in that slot than Kobe Bryant is when you tried to have Kobe in that role. Always hand grenade Super Bowl champ, Hall of Fame punter. Michael Dixon, maybe so, man. Ran the cuts as I heard Burns is expected to be called up week 1. Maybe. I mean, they definitely look a little light at cornerback when you consider especially the D. Williams is more of really just a returner specialist. You probably don't want him on the field. So it does make sense if they want to go to do that to have some depth there at slot. If Witherspoon were to go down in a game, you're not putting Trey Brown in there. You're not putting Tariq Woolen in there. So it does really go then to Kobe Bryant as your next slot guy you'd have to put in there at that point in the game, and maybe they don't really want to do that. Kind of my prior point, because they think that Artie Burns is a better player for that slot position. Alex Meza can lead to fights. You see what happened to Sherman after the game. He punched him in the jaw. Trent Williams did, because he didn't deserve that. Yeah, Trent definitely. I always like the move by Trent to walk up to Richards as a big old tough guy. You outweigh this other guy by well over 100 pounds, and then he still walks up to him with his helmet on. I always think that's funny. Like, look, I know Trent Williams is a badass and a tough guy and all that, but like, you know you outweigh the guy, you can manhandle him anyway, and you still got to go up there and wear your little protection. Like, the game's over with. No other players got their helmet on in that moment. He purposely keeps his helmet on to keep himself protected against the big bad Sherman. I always thought that was a nice little touch on Trent Williams' part. Like, oh, you're so tough. It's like, walking up with like body armor on, and you put like, it'd be like, walking on with like to box a guy, and you put on like already the head gear stuff. You go over, you're like, really, bro? All right. All right. You do you on that. But it can lead to fights. And again, I in a perfect world, I would love to have it just go free and wild. I'm not a big guy in having this stuff be a legislative part of it, but I do think there is something to with the whole youth thing of this and the kids picking it up. And, you don't want to be out there as a parent on the field and you're watching your kid standing over another kid. It's a bad look, and there's nothing wrong with a little bit of trash talk. That's why I say, like, in that moment there on the taunting penalty, Boykins would have gotten a bark or two in there. He would have been able to get a little bit of run. Officials will give you a little bit of, let him have a little bit, but he turned back and gave him a little extra dose of it. Like, at that point, it's like, oh, what are you going to do? Kind of comes a no doubter about that one. Ricardo says, the Hawks Nest, who do you think it's cut to make space for Burns? Probably. I'd be taking a pretty wild guess on this one, to be honest with you. I would say it's probably going to be on the defensive side of the ball if you do. And I would estimate that it would probably be, I guess Miles Adams would be the guy that I would go to in my mind, that you'd be probably the likely guy that you'd cut there. I think offensively, as John was talking today a little bit about the offensive line and what other teams are doing, I think that the keeping these extra offensive linemen thing is indicative of them wanting to really try to keep these offensive linemen and keep them protected. And the only way to truly do that is to keep them on the roster. I'm making a guess. I could be proven around to be wrong on this one very quickly, but I would estimate that you're probably going to go back to the defensive side of the ball if you're going to look to pull somebody off. Or tight end could also be one of them, where Pharaoh Brown progresses enough and he's fine to where they can move off Brady Russell, and then they just add it that way. Nagassis is our O-line still bottom 5? Probably. That's a problem. Bottom 5? We'll see. I don't know if I see bottom 5. Not with the Connor Williams addition. I certainly say it's to say, they got to take themselves up from back end, and how far can they take that up in one off season. But a healthy Cross, Connor Williams in the addition of this, Christian Haynes added to the mix, Bradford coming back a second year strong. I mean, to say that they'd be a bottom 5 line, Nagasa, would be to say basically they're the same offensive line almost that they were last year, that they had made no progress, and that Grubb can get nothing more out of this unit than Waldron got out of it. I think on that side of it, I would say I think that there's more room for improvement than that. And I would expect more room for improvement on that. But to your point, there's something to be still figured out here. They got to, who's our 5s, who's going to be the true starting 5, and can the young guys continue to progress, and how good, much better can it get? Vaughn says, pay Geno the bread. I don't care how others feel. We had bad play calling last year. We all know what Geno's capable of. I agree. I was making that argument right at the front of the rip there, Vaughn. I don't know if I can pay him quite yet, but that's just because we just did pay him, Vaughn. It's not that he's been paid 3 years ago and he's way overdue to be paid. It's you just paid him. So it's really hard to do that from a team perspective in the NFL, because you got to come back and double back down on the bonus money hit. And if you look at right now, Vaughn, just go take a look at that cap situation 2025 as it currently stands. You're $25 million of dead money over the cap. We don't have any cap money for next year, and we owe $25 million on the books. So we have to be very careful about giving out contracts in advance. Not to say Geno doesn't, deserve to be paid higher than he's paid, but he just signed the deal and he's got 2 years remaining on the contract, and this makes it very hard for a team to pull that off. Colin Cal says, what position do you feel we are strongest and weakest in after all these cuts? Good question. I think probably your strongest positional group, I think it's probably wide receiver for me, especially with the Laviska Shenault's emergence in that specialized role. Like, you have a wide receiver, and all of these guys have it's almost like what you'd get, like a little superhero thing where you have a superhero team up, and all these guys have little different things that they all bring. In Bobo, you have a top 3, top 4 blocking receiver in this league who's a baller as a catcher too, as sort of your 5th guy on the roster. And, DK due to, I think, explode, and Tyler and JSN steady in what they bring. Laviska Shenault being now your gadget guy to fit within the offense. Like, you have a role for everybody. You have a role for every kind of player you'd want to feature on the outside from a skill position standpoint. And that probably makes it the strongest unit. I already thought kind of 1 through 4 as it is, we're in that argument to be made that we're the strongest, but you can even go 1 through 5. I think is as much as can be said. And Tariq Young, he can play too. So there's nothing out on that. Weakest position group is probably the cornerback room right now. I don't know that I want D. Williams out on the field at any given time. And Nehemiah Pritchett is a rookie at this point. Behind that, so you're strong with the 3 off the rip, but you're going to need to call upon your depth of the corner position, and I'm a little worried with what I see there as it stands. Inside linebacker would have been that one, but I think Tyrese Knight is a little bit more solidified now in the backup position, so you're not quite as worried if he has to come out there and fit you up for a few games. The corner would probably be the most worrisome part, but I'm really impressed with what we've done with the receiver position, and that you've got so many multi-dimensional guys that do different things. You can attack teams with whatever specialized skill set you have in this receiving core to hit their weakness. You have some slow speed on the outside. We got DK. We can burn you up off the top. You got guys on the inside slot that can't cover. We can hit you in with the JSN. You've got the smaller cornerback. We can, your number 4 cornerback's a small guy. We'll bring Jay Bobo on the field all day and let him go hunt out of the slot at a 4 wide receiver sets against a 5'9" guy. How's a 5'9" slot guy at a dime defense going to cover a 6'5" guy out of the slot who's at his best in the slot in Bobo? I think that's the part that would jump out to me. Gibbs says, I think our O-line is still the biggest issue as well, clearly. I think it's definitely a concern. I do. I feel like it's on just to me a little more stable ground, but I am doing a little more projection here. I'll admit that. I am looking at Charles Cross and saying last year was kind of freakish. Game 1, turf toe, it kind of lasted all through the year, and I think it kind of depressed a little bit of people's outlook on Charles Cross, but I think he's better than that. John Schneider just talked about in his press conference right now, he was asked flat out, is there any concern about Abraham Lucas missing all of this season? No concern whatsoever. Lucas is coming back at some point. Lucas is out there, he can play. Connor Williams is a top 5 center in this sport. Is the health part of it a factor? Yeah, it is. But that's where I feel like there's just a little more positional talent that's been added to this group, and then more depth in addition to that with some of the guys that you got as far as backups go. We might come to find our 3rd round pick can't start because we're strong enough on the front end not to have to put him in that position to do so at that point. But we'll see. And Zach, that's hopefully give you a little bit of doom. I hope that gives you a little bit of comfort there. This is right out of Schneider's mouth today, and it was smart of the reporter to ask him, is there any concern Abe Lucas isn't going to get out there this season? And that's what's at I think the big worry front for a lot of our fans is that, well, they're just waiting for that news story to come down that Abraham Lucas, it was announced today, is going to be injured for the 2024 full season. He is out. He's on the IR. John would give you, I think, a little bit of some prefacing on that one with this recent press conference, but he came right back on the question, didn't think about it, didn't contemplate a lie, just went, boom. No, he's going to be back. Alex, Brandon, who do you think can give a big game in week 1 against the Broncos? Give me one guy on both sides of the ball. Oh, good question. I think you guys will probably have an issue with JSN and Walker, especially in this game in a couple of weeks. Surtain can hold up there with DK, and he'll travel with DK in space. But JSN, the slot, I mean, you're going to have moments in this game where you're going to have Cody Barton. You're going to have moments in this game where Cody Barton's going to be matched up with JSN. And, just Denver wants to, you want to go nickel for 3 wide receiver sets. You want to match that true. Don't get funky with it. Don't try to go big so you can hold down that running game. I think that's a little bit what they'll try to do, Alex, though, is that be effective in the running game, forcing Denver into situations where they got to pull an extra linebacker on the field and then have a matchup with the nickel, with the slot wide receiver on the essentially will linebacker, whatever, and be able to, exploit that. But I'd go JSN. I think Surtain can hold it down there relatively well. They'll, as we saw a couple years ago, I think, Alex, it goes back and forth in that matchup. There'll be snaps where Surtain gets the best of them. There'll be snaps where DK is able to get some work in there with it on that side of it. As far as defensively goes, sure is going to be a fun matchup when you talk about Quinn Miners against Byron Murphy. I mean, I'm not even talking about Murphy owning him or anything in there, Alex. It's just like, that's just going to be a fun matchup of physicality on physicality. The guy that I think I would like to see, the matchup I think that could be a problem for Denver is you guys are really good in pass protection last year, and Peyton's going to scheme some things up for sure for Nix to get the ball out of his hands pretty quickly at times. But Derek Hall, if I'm the Seahawks, I'm matching him over there on the strong side of the formation against McGlinchey. And McGlinchey is more of a finesse right tackle. And he is a guy that is going to struggle at times against more of the beefier edges in the game. If you're a real twitchy kind of edge, he's got some mobility to kind of stay in front of you. But if you can get up under his pads with some really pure, raw bull rush power, then you can kind of give it to him. And that's where, if I'm Seattle, I put Mafe blindside, and then I put Derek Hall to the strong side of the formation and let him see if he can just, kind of manhandle a little bit of McGlinchey. So Hall would be maybe a surprise guy to try to point to you on, that a guy that could really show out in this upcoming game if you give him that matchup. But it'll be fun. Really looking forward to it. Alex says the NFL ticket is so expensive, a ripoff. The NFL needs to lower the price. Definitely a little pricey. I mean, the YouTube one isn't bad at me. $400. I don't love paying that, but they do split it up into 4 payments, which makes it nice. And as long as it works good, then I'll be happy enough with that. At least they've given us that. But They could go farther, Alex, and kind of streamlining the process, that's for sure. Nick, I was thinking K9 and Spoon too. Spoon, definitely expect him to play well. He's going to have his impact. It'd be fun to watch how McDonald uses him too in the first game. I mean, that's probably worth noting is he's going to be such a weapon in that game and being all over the field, I'd imagine. Boo, Hawks Nest, have you looked at college football quarterbacks? Have you looked at Caden Salter of Liberty? I have not as of yet, Boo. I've been a little slow on the scouting process so far. I'm looking at the quarterback, so I'm a little bit behind on my footing, and he is on my list to take a look at. I want to take a look at the Penn State kid. There's an Arizona State guy that to kind of dive into. So I'm really overdue. I need to start jumping in. I need to go back through even some of the recent action. I think I've only watched really the Georgia Tech Florida State game here so far. So need to already start getting into it a little bit. I've been a little bit, I'm not going to say lazy because I've been working on the other stuff with it, but I will try to take a look at him and get a little bit closer view. Hand grenade, where do you see the O-line being at when Abe gives back? Well, I think Abe definitely is your right, obviously he's your right tackle, cross left tackle. I think the team would like to long-term as the season carries through to eventually get Haynes slid into that left guard role. They just want a little bit of more of the steadiness of Lycan, I think, at first. And then that does mean Bradford over at right guard and Connor Williams at center. I also partly think within this outlook, hoist hand grenade, that Bradford's going to solidify himself as a right guard. I don't think he's going to be star. I don't think Pro Bowl, but he's going to be a steady, solid right guard for you in this league, I think. And he fits to the scheme from the mobility aspect of it. So that's part of why I think he'll steady himself down there. Orchie says, B, Surtain gets mossed by DK in this game. I'm calling it. We standing on business. All right. Okay. I ain't going to question you on that. I'm with it. Alex, is Murphy even going to start? It depends on how much you want to go into the start versus not start thing. Because is he going to be out the first guy out there in the first couple of snaps? Maybe not. Like Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams are technically your starters, but there's going to be a nice heavy amount of rotation in there, Alex. Like even the first series, if he doesn't start, does he come in as a rotational defensive tackle at that point on third down for third down packages? Probably, I would think. So it's by technicalities, no, but by snap counts and how this will rotate over the course of the game, he's basically going to be getting starter snaps. Nicholas says DK is going to give Surtain one of them upper room stiff arms. Jack Maloney says, I keep seeing Bronco fans talking shit. They haven't seen some of the new players. Ha ha ha. Also, did Russ change his number? I don't see him on the team. The Broncos fans are definitely feeling good about the returns of what they're hearing from Knicks. And I think that to them also, I think that they had looked at such a dark impending process headed their way with the Russell Wilson trade that they're sort of glomming onto any of the hope that might be there. But I am seeing, and Alex, there's no disrespect to you as a Bronco fan in the chat on this one, but I am seeing some hopium out there from Bronco fans where they weren't bad last year, and I think Peyton is certainly getting probably a little more beat up on than he deserves as far as he's not a bad coach, and he did bring him to where he brought him last year, all things considered, for how bad the situation was there with Russ. But at the same point in time, he's also pulled a lot of this and stripped a lot of this kind of down over the past couple of years, especially defensively with what you've seen they've done there. And you don't just do that. You don't just break a defense that's working and then you rejig it around and it's all back to front new within a year or two on that, in my opinion, especially with the way that they sort of tried to change everything wholesale with that. And Surtain is pretty much your last of the Mohicans there as far as the guys really remaining from that defense. There's a couple other guys I know, but that's kind of it. And so that's where you're really looking at them defensively going, man, there's some holes there. The reason you gave up 70 points last year and you haven't been able to do, much less do a lot, this offseason to really reinforce that unit. Long term, they may be fine there with Peyton, but they're going to have to get out from under this darkness a little bit. And the darkness isn't completely gone. They might have gotten lucky by landing on Knicks now after moving off Russ, and all is going to work out well there. But there's a lot more other things for them to fix. Skill position players on the outside. How's the running back room going to settle out? What does that secondary look like now without a Justin Simmons back there with just Surtain trying to kind of carry a lot of the load? Linebacker with Cody Barton. I mean, any defense that started Cody Barton, you just need to be quiet and stay in the back room on that one. We watched Cody Barton for years here, right? Like is what it is with that guy. But we'll see. Everyone's feeling themselves week one. Everyone thinks they can win the Super Bowl week one. I get that. And that's actually something I love about it. I love that the Bronco fans are in that state of things. I didn't like the fact that they, as a fandom, was facing down the barrel of 2 years of darkness because they have to wait on the Russell Wilson contract to bleed out. So it's good to hear you got a fan base that's at least energized by what they're seeing and being brought back more into the fold, because it's gotten dark for them the last couple of years. Let's face it. It's been a bit of a brutal run for them in certain respects. Nicholas says, Pumpkin getting after it in her bath. Man, she is. Giving you guys the full show. Chris says, I'm not a believer in Peyton. I think he's overrated. Well, it remains to be seen in this second stop since he's left the Saints if he's going to be able to make this work. It's 1 year, and you inherited Russ, and Russ gets to be the big bad guy, you know. He's Tony Montana out there in Denver, you know. Say hello to the bad guy. But I think he's gotten a bit too much of that blame throughout this process, and he became a bit of the patsy for Peyton coming in there and being, the word I'm looking for here, kind of he's just prickly in the nature of walking in there. And a guy that's believes in his own brilliance to the point that he would take a defense that could make an argument that was maybe the best defense in all the NFL and shuffle off that defensive coordinator and then dismember that defense over a course of 2 years just because it wasn't his defense. Could come to find out on that those were the poor choices in this matter, and that indeed the ego ended up overtaking him. It has happened to other coaches. He did get them playing, I think, pretty well, considering their talent last year. To take that ship as much as we got 8 wins out of that team or something. I mean, that's kind of miraculous when you look at that in retrospect, but it does remain to be seen. Var Doom says the Broncos fans are saying the same thing about Knicks that they were saying about Russell 2 years ago. There's some copium. There's a heavy amount of copium, you know. Knicks is awesome. It's really good that Russ left, actually, because it's really good because it just means that we could get to Knicks that faster, man. Like, that's what that really meant, you know. Like, you couldn't get to Knicks if, like, you know, you didn't, like, you know, pay Russ, you know. Like, Knicks doesn't happen, man. You know, I mean, if you don't pay Russ, if you think about it, like, on that level of things. What was Sean Payton's record in New Orleans? $152, and so he's about like 147 and 82, 9-8 in the playoffs. Gibson says Wilson beat out Fields as the starter for Pitt and is on a 1 year, $1.2 million deal. Yes, sir, he did. Jack says, oh, really? What did the Broncos get in the trade? When did Russ become a Steeler? Did I miss it? He did indeed, Jack. No trade, just a pure release. War Chief says Bronco fans don't realize that Baby Bo hasn't done much winning in Washington State ever. He pretty much chokes every time he's here since college, and that's not going to change playing the Hawks. I hope you're right, War Chief. I love it. Randy Cat wasn't just dark for the Bronco fans. That was advanced darkness. Yeah, it was brutal there looking at that thing. They've been through it a bit. And when you've been to that low, you know, you're just looking for any little crack of sign of sunlight coming through to grab onto with both hands. And that's Bo Nix right now. Colin Cal says that hairball is going to be fat. It might be. She's a hairy beast, man. Alex says, I don't hate Russ or anything. I saw a talent in Russ that I've never seen a quarterback do. he's got some unique features to his game, even in his advanced age, that I think you're right. I think you make a really great argument that he's got as great a deep ball as any quarterback in NFL history. And that has still remained with time with him as he's gotten older, where he can throw that thing up and far, and most quarterbacks have to kind of put it on more of a plane of a straightened kind of line to get it there. And he's able to do a little bit more with it on that. I mean, he can really throw that. And some of his times of mobility and creativity in the pocket is second to none. It's issues come down to a couple of other things that are outside of that a little bit. But the good news, Alex, is you guys have gotten you've gotten your guy. And this is the guy Peyton wanted. It may have been the last of kind of the quarterbacks outside of Penix in this line of QBs taken. But it didn't mean not last, but I mean, he was the last of that line of first-round quarterbacks. But that didn't mean that he wasn't also maybe potentially one of the pick of the litters for Peyton either, if he had his pick of that bunch. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Snail. Weren't bad. The only reason Finns didn't get a set a record was McDaniel felt bad for them. Laughing out loud. Broncos deserve to suck for that cheap shot on number 80. Yeah, they definitely have. They had that guy last year that was kind of the headhunter there, wasn't he, Snail? Thank you for the $5. And yeah, there was Kareem Jackson. I forget the guy's name. He got suspended last year at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of telling on that. But, I mean, they definitely had some bad losses last year, but they also did compile up, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. They got 8 wins last year. I mean, at the end of the day, they weren't, I wouldn't say they were good. I wouldn't say that they were showing you like they're due to go be a playoff team this next year, but the fact that they were one game better than us, I mean, they had significantly less talent than we did, and yet we're only one game better. So to me, I look at that a little bit and I go, well, considering especially the prior coach there in Hackett and how he did, that does seem to be a little bit of a resonance of coaching having an impact there at that point to me, just a bit. But it does remain to be seen if he can take the team to an elite state, or if there is some of these signs of Peyton's ego coming into play that might upend this thing. And I'm not sure on that one myself, Snail. I'm not. I don't have a real given opinion on this one way or the other with it, but I do think it's that roster and getting him to 8 games last year, considering some of those games and how horrific they were to watch. I mean, he could have lost the whole team after the Dolphins game, but able to keep things kind of on the tracks a little bit, even after that Dolphins game, coming back and winning the next week. And you started out 0-3 last year, too, to begin things. So you got stronger overall, I think, throughout the course of the year when it's all said and done. But I get it, too. There's a lot of people out, Snail, right now out on the Broncos and Peyton right now. Alex says those rainbow passes are so accurate, he be dropping dimes. Yeah, and he can fit balls in with that kind of throwing style that other QBs can't with it, because you can put that ball into a back of an end zone and it's coming down almost like a plane of this as opposed to this, and it gives more of the angle for the receiver to then be able to make a catch. And not to mention just get out and throw it out in front of guys and let him go kind of run underneath it a little bit. And it's part of what was the magicalness of him. And you didn't even get to see him really, Alex, in his prime. And when he was in his prime, he's a 4-5 guy back there with great short area quickness. And he could scamper around there for days and then turn around and flick it 55 yards on that moonball line. And it was as impressive a play as you'd ever see, as exciting a play as you'd ever see in football. And Russ was a master of it in his prime at doing that type of stuff. And second to none. Second to none. Thanos Smith, thank you for the $5 donation. Thano says, going to the Pats game with my dad in a few weeks. He's a diehard Pats fan. How do I handle the should have run the ball fans? Also, love the kitty. Well, thank you, Thano. I can, if you guys, well, I got a video we did for our members of the channel back in the day on this, covering it. And it is a play that I think you can try to make the argument on this, Thano. And you can try to present it a little bit, to the Pats fan on this, but people are pretty locked in on their opinion on this one. I've come to find what I draw to is this: running at that play right there would have been That's the first thing everybody says, Thano, is that you got to run there. And let's start out with it out the gate. If you play Madden, it's much like what you get in an NFL game. The offense calls their formation. They call their personnel package. The defense then counters with the personnel package that they're going to then counter that offensive formation with. Prior to a play call, right? We're running out 3 wide receivers. We're running out nickel. The Pats on that play ran out their heavy formation. They ran out goal line defense there. So they didn't say, we're going to wait to see what Seattle runs from a personnel package. We're running goal line. So they went heavy. So you couldn't go 3 wide receiver and force them into nickel. They were going to go to their base goal line defense. That's right out the gate. So you were running headlong them into their big fronts. And when you do look at Marshawn Lynch throughout the course of that season, and not only that season, everybody loves to think Marshawn Lynch, if there's a yard on the line, he's just going to get it. But when you look at Marshawn Lynch that year and through the whole basically almost 8-9 year stretch of the teens in there, Marshawn Lynch was one of the worst players in the league at being down by the goal line on 3rd down goal, 4th and goal, and punching it in. His success rate was as low as you'd find compared to the contemporaries in those situations, including that very season. So when you come to the whole thing of this is to try to simplify this whole concept down. Should have ran it. But when you're having an offensive coordinator there in the moment of making that play call, you're asking him to smartly construct whatever play he comes up with, to be bringing into a lot of different factors into a play. Hey, the Pats just went goal line. Factor that in. Hey, Marshawn hasn't been particularly good at running up against goal line this year, nor has he been good at running against goal line in recent years. I've got the stats readily available right here for me. I educated myself on it through the week of preparation leading up to the Super Bowl. So he goes then to a pass play. The other part of this instructing is that if you run it there, you have to call a timeout, which then makes your next 2 play calls completely predictable that you have to pass, because of the fact that you have no more timeouts and you can't let the clock run out. So it also makes the next 2 plays completely predictable. Again, something you want the offensive coordinator to take into account. So they run a pick play at the goal line. I don't like the pick play call. I think that that's a place that people are fine to kind of get mad at. The thing that they, though, can't deny with it is that there was not one single throw at the goal line on 3rd and goal throughout the course of that whole season, either in the regular season or in the playoffs, that was intercepted at the goal line. That happened that season for the first time in the very final play of the year in the Super Bowl, pretty much. I know they had a couple of sit-down plays, but whatever. You know what I'm saying on this. So the risk of interception there was 0% based on the numbers of what you'd have your OC running in that moment thinking about that. Now the pick play, I don't like the pick play. I don't like the pick play with you having to pick and basically be physical with Brandon Browner in his prime at that time. That's not also something I would be really happy with doing. And that part was the poor part of this, is that you call a roll out there, you give Russell sort of an option or two, and then he can throw it away. That's the better call to be made. But I will say, even on this one, the pick play down there at the end zone, you would run it like 7 or 8 times down on the red zone during that season, and you had a success with it like every single time for a touchdown. The Pats just had prepared for it throughout the week. They'd been aware that you had that success throughout the week. They jumped the route on the back of that preparation. Nobody ever wants to give the Pats or Malcolm Butler any credit on that for making a great play and for, being prepared like they were. There's a reason the Pats were in that Super Bowl too, right? It wasn't like you're playing some scrubs that were the worst NFL team ever. You're playing against one of the most prepared coaches in NFL history. And so I would go to that as the reasoning to me that it's not just as easy as saying should have ran it or it's this worst call in NFL history. That's to me a real simplified outlook on a play that has a lot more built into it in that moment than just simply Marshawn's a beast, he'll get it in. Well, the data didn't exactly back that up from the prior year or through a lot of Marshawn's career. Thank you, Nathano. I appreciate the $5 donation. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of ammunition. Abby, what do you think of bringing in Jimmy Graham for a veteran minimum? I can't see really where the point would be of doing that, Abby. You have a Noah Fant, an H-back tight end already, really. He can do inline stuff in addition to it, much better inline than Jimmy ever could. But you have more of an H-back type already in Noah Fant. And you have Brady Russell as H-back. And you can always bring back Jack Westover if you want H-back. And Jimmy Graham at this point is 36, 37 years old. I don't know what he's got left in the tank, but he's going to be more expensive on a vet minimum deal. And I just, I think you're already better there at that position. Stale, thank you for the $2 donation. Says number 80 Largent B. They shall forever be cursed. Oh, the old hit by Mike Harden. Okay, Snail. I'm with that. Okay. I feel you there. I misunderstood. My bad. I was thinking about all those hits that safety was making for them last year where he was just going crazy. But that works. That certainly does fit. Damn him for coming in with that elbow, shattering my man's jaw. He's having to eat through a straw for weeks. Got him back, though. Randall McDaniel in the house. Randall dropping the big dropper, as he always does, with the great donations and the support. Randall, I really do appreciate you for that. Thank you for the $20 donation. Very, very, very kind of you, man, and great to see you in the house, bro. Just saying what's up. Playing catch with Randy Jr., listening to the stream. Did you listen to John's presser? If so, I wonder what Greg Bell asked him. He got I'm not going to answer that, Greg. I think it was about Abe. I do remember that there being something about that with it, Randall. I think it was in regards to the timeline of return, but you know, Randall, the whole thing with the running gag and joke here with the Seahawks press conferences and the reporters never being given a mic so we can hear the question. It's always brutal, but I did listen to the press conference. I'm going to try to get a little bit of maybe a clip put together tonight of the Abe Lucas news, because I think it's important to note. And that is that Abraham Lucas is, by his factor, the most important thing I saw from this, Randall, was a couple of things. I've been wondering for a while if this team was not really taking we're not going to be pressed in our approach here. Most players, you have them coming back from an injury, Randall, like this with Abraham, and it's all about the pressing it as fast as you can to get them returned to the field. Pressing them as fast as to get to do you feel about 100%? I mean, it's, yeah. All right, get on there. And what I think they're trying to do is get to that place, and this is just a feeling I get of the situation, of getting it to 100% and then getting it firmly in that 100% spot, really, really pressing it, really testing it, really challenging it, making sure he's really over all of those humps of recovery before you have him out on the football field. And I think that this was exemplified in the press conference he gave today with Abraham, when he's talking about Abraham Lucas, Randall, and him saying, he was asked the question straight up, do you have any concern that Abraham Lucas is going to miss this whole season? And he said no. And there was no hesitation, needing to think about it. I think that if there was some of this as a potentiality at this point, Randall, that he would have more hedged the bet at that point. Where he said, not likely, but we're just taking this slow day by day with it, and that's where it's going to stand. Whereas you got to know, we're expecting him back. I think that they're just being very, very careful with him, Randall. That's what I think. But it was a good presser. There's some good stuff there from John to pull away from on that. Some good questions from the reporters too. I give them hell sometimes, but they did their job on this one today. So props to the reporters, asking some of the right stuff out there. Hope you're doing well. Tell Randy Jr. I said, what's up, my man? And thank you for the $20 donation. I think the question with Bell was about, do you have an idea of when you're planning on having him come back? So I think that was more about what's the structured timeline of when you're intending him to be back for. And I think that's where he was saying, I'm not going to answer that on their plan of return. I would guess you're getting the 4-week pup, and then that's what the whole kind of plan I think has been throughout this timeline, Randall. And I think another part of this is just the thinking of he's back at 100%. We know he's back at 100%. Now we're going to sit him the first 4 games so that in this new NFL long 17-game season, we will return him back out there into week 5, and he's at 100%, and then he gets to play on a little bit of a shortened season then when he does return. I wonder if there's a little bit there at the heart of this, just a little bit on that, Randall, to a degree. But this is some guesswork. I will give you that. Colin Cow, did Deshaun even play in the preseason? Browns might be in the same situation as Denver, just dead money forever. Yeah, Browns is brutal too. He's costing like $67 million off their cap this year. Deshaun is. Didn't play, and calm to your point on this. I think they kept like 4 quarterbacks or something like that to the Browns, which speaks to maybe a little bit of the lack of confidence that you have that the QB position is going to hold up here for the long term of the season there. A lot's rested on this for the Browns too, because that's a potential playoff team if Watson's able to be 92% of what he was in Houston. But if you got to rock Jacoby Brissett or Dorian Thompson-Robinson for a full season, you're more of on the outside looking in, I think. Abby says, Crisp trying to block Browner was a mismatch and completely screwed the play. That's where I say the play call itself, I think that's the place to have maybe some issue with. It's the just run folks that say you should just run the ball. That's the part I push back against, where I say that's not the intelligent approach there in that moment. I know you just think from a gut instinct wise, you got Marshawn Lynch, let him rip, let him go. He's got to get a yard, he'll get it. But there was more into it than that necessarily. But definitely the pick play with Brandon Browner, where you got to, that you're trying to be physical against a Browner. No, that's not the way to go on that one. I always like the play action. So you play action it to Russell, or you play action it to Marshawn. You get the defense buying into that. You roll Russell to the edge. You make it a simple read for a still very young Russ. Give him like 2 levels in the passing game. Give him a guy running up short, running over depth over the top. And then if it's not there, you tell Russ to either throw it away or run it in, and if you run it in, attack off of the sideline, so that if you get knocked down, you're getting knocked down out of bounds and the clock still stops. I liked that call better in that moment. Mr. Dog, damn, I missed the stream. Did we get anyone on waivers? Nobody as of yet we've heard of. Nothing new on the waiver front from addition standpoint of things. Daniel Bailey in the house. What's up, Daniel? I'm excited as well for this upcoming year, man. It's going to be a good one. Did Dak Prescott get a contract? Or are you just meaning it's just that it's in the place that it's been? I was checking to make sure there hasn't been an update since I went live sometimes. I don't think that the Dak Prescott gets signed before the start of the season, Navi. I don't think the Cowboys want to continue to pay a quarterback at this amount of money unless they're getting a real difference maker at the position. And I think that if you really polled Jerry Jones, the Jones boys in general, they would say, listen now. All right. Now you need to listen here. All right. I'm a Cowboy. I'm going to run this. All right. Dak's a good quarterback. All right. He's a damn good quarterback. At one time, he was a Dallas Cowboy quarterback. He will be this year. But he ain't the long-term quarterback here. You understand what I'm saying? He ain't the imbued Cowboy of the future. It's like when we had Danny White. We had Danny in here. Danny was good. He's a good boy. He's a good player. I'll tell you. But Danny, he got a little expensive. And he wasn't like Captain Come Back now. He's a cowboy, but a short-term cowboy. Dak is a short-term cowboy. That's what you are when you say, Jerry, pay me $60 million a year. You're a cowboy. You already making enough. $60 million a year. You ain't Patrick Mahomes, son. Come on now. That's okay, though. That's okay, though. We faced this a couple years ago. Tony Romo, a true Dallas Cowboy quarterback, if I've ever seen one. Sadly, your little Cliff Averill broke his little collarbone. Okay. We drafted Dak 3rd round. We're going to do it again. That's the Cowboy way. That's the Cowboy way. We do it smarter here. Okay? They do it dumber there. They pay there. We smarten it up here. Okay? I'm Jerry Jones. I run this team. It's mine. No one else can have it. So I think that Jerry right now, in all honesty here, Navi, I think that he has made some of his bones with the fact here that we've paid the money out to Dak prior on this, and it's not gotten us anywhere. We're not pushing in the playoffs. We're not pushing for conference championships, much less Super Bowls. So if that's the case, and I'm already old as dirt, and I've got maybe a few years remaining here, and I want to get back to this thing, maybe we've topped out in this direction of it, and we got to twist this into a different direction of it. And my feeling on this is that they're going to let this year of the contract play out. They have set Mike McCarthy up to be a lame duck coach. I know that they just did spend the money on CeeDee Lamb, but he's worth it, and he's still young. It's a bit like paying DK for us a couple years ago. It's like, yeah, the guy will still be young a couple years from now, and you're still fine with the contract. He's great. So I think they're going to let him go, and I think they're going to try to build up the rest of the team and take a different approach to the quarterback position. I think that there's a real heavy potential here that Jerry's going to make a run at Bill Belichick after this season. It feels to me like that's almost kind of been a little bit in the works here for a while. Remember Bill Parcells, former Belichick mentor, once went through Dallas there. So kind of following that same a little bit of approach. And if that does happen, we know in Belichick that he's not a guy that's going to necessarily require that you have to go get that quarterback that's the best of the best, that they might lean into more of that team building concept there at that point if they go in that direction of it. So I'm doing a little bit of math on this one with it, but I think that if they really wanted the Dak deal to be done, they would have done it by now. Now, Dallas has the same thing going on that San Francisco has going on, where they will at times seemingly pull these negotiations as far as they can take them, and then they end up just paying the guys anyway. So we might find that that's just the case here with Dak when it's all said and done. But I will say with Dak already once in these negotiations going through it before, you tried to wait as long as you could on that one as well. And not just wait as long as you could after his third year to the 25th hour before the start of the season. You went through a whole extra year or two there on pushing him through that rookie deal before you actually paid. So I don't think he wants to pay him. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. He says, about Abe, John Schneider said, doing what's best for him and his career. That's right. I think that's where, when you take John's thoughts on this, you can kind of put them all together into a little clearer view of what's going on here when we want to step back and take a look at it. And what I take from that, Randall, is that he's not talking about chronic. He's not talking about bone on bone. He's not talking about limitations or setbacks in Abraham Lucas in his rehab process. They're talking about taking a patient approach. They're talking about doing what's best for the player in the long term on this. It's a little bit of that point I go back to on, I think right now, if you pushed it and you said, Abraham Lucas, could you get on the field right now? Could you go out there and practice right now? I think he would say, yeah, I could. I think what is happening here is they're pushing it through that extra 4 weeks through the NFL season to take that off his back, to give him that little extra month and a half, 2 more months in there to just let the healing of that knee fully kind of set in there, and then let it rip after that point. And I think that's a smart approach, because I think a lot of other organizations here, Randall, would have taken the other approach, which is just get him back out as quick as possible. Oh, knee's broken. Throw him to the scrap heap. Go look for the next. It's part of why I've also said at times here, Randall, that we as an organization are not quite as cold-blooded and cutthroat as a lot of the organizations out there in the NFL in the way that we treat our players. And it's notable in situations like this one versus other places that I think would take that different approach, take more of the disposable approach to the player. And it's part of what I like about this organization. I think that's part of a way that you can separate yourself, and that when you treat players like this, the good word will get around. Have a good night there, Megan. Good to see you in the house. I hadn't seen your message up above there. Angry AB, it's probably a good thing everyone's down on us this year. You can say Hawks are flying under the radar. Oh, we are. We're like a stealth bomber in this. Just dropping bombs and getting out. Dommy Doo. What impact do you think Rupp will have on our offensive play calling and performance? I didn't watch many Husky games until the playoffs. I think it's a varied offensive system versus other offensive systems that tend to have a nature of being much more structured in their setup. We attack here, 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 and then we attack to there. We hit this side, this side, this side, and we're going to come back, go behind the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage. This is more of, we're going to hit you every which way but loose. You know, it's got spread concepts to it at its foundation. And so you're going to have a lot of passes that are going to be quick, Dami, and getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands very fast. Option routes built within there to help. Option routes off of pre-snap reads that help the quarterback and receiver both be on the same page on some of those routes, so that there's times where you're seeing the hike, the ball in the quarterback's hand, the ball out of the quarterback's hands, and there's no real chance for the pressure to get there. Grubb does a nice job of setting his play calling up to not always put his quarterback in a position of having to kind of hold on for dear life back there in the pocket and wait for long developing routes to go. He mixes things up on the constant. He keeps those defenses on their back foot a little bit, not able to be really aggressive, feeling like they have to kind of be patient a little bit in playing this offense because he's willing to attack you at every level. So he's got the spread concepts, the short stuff, the easy completions, all of that's quickly baked within. He then will take a deep shot about once every 8 plays, at least he did at Washington, and that's a notable part that separates him from other spread concepts that don't have as much of a onus put on hitting the deep shots and the chunk plays down the field. I think part of that is that he senses teams will come up and squeeze some of the short routes off the spread, and then he hits you deep. He then bakes in three main other things. The other thing is he runs a lot of screens once every about 7 plays, whether it's a bubble screen or screen to the running back. He ran that at college. So for a team that didn't run screens very much, Dami, we're about to run it a lot more this upcoming season. He also ran a trick play about once every game, and not just a trick play once every game, but also fake trick plays in these games. So he does a lot of that other stuff to help, as I say, keep the defenses on their heels rather than on their toes, reactive rather than taking it to his offense. And he does it by a willingness to attack you in kind of every way and manner. And when it comes to the ground game, it's much of the same way. Inside zone, outside zone, pitch plays out of shotgun, fly sweeps. He'll hit you with everything as far as the run game's concerned. Counters, delays, draws. He'll feature it all. But he will run a lot of power with the spread concepts built within. So spreads it out, gets you with a lot of corners on the field, gets you with maybe a few linebackers out there, and then he'll come at you with power in that way, using pullers and space to make it happen. Very fun offense, though, Dami. Very, very fun office. Jerry sounds like a televangelist I've heard. That's right, Megan. I'm bringing the faith in Cowboy football. Okay? E. Gibson, I saw the Athletic had Geno ranked 20th, tied with Derek Carr. I'm hoping he proves the doubters wrong. I am as well. And I believe he's going to do it, Gibson. Still, it goes to show you with that ranking, because that's based on general managers, Goes to show you that even the general managers can get this stuff wrong. Jackie says, AB wondering on when we're going to get the Eskridge farewell highlight reel. I was going to put a little clip on my channel on the thing from the video yesterday. But yeah. Just him on the IR, just him on the sidelines with the cat in street clothes. That'll be the highlight video. Dami says, I learned a lot. Appreciate it, man. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Dami. You're going to really love watching this offense, man, because you're just not going to be able to predict. It's a little bit like the defense. I think this is part of why Grubb makes this hiring, is that what he likes in Grubb is that he sees some of the same echoes of what he runs in his defense. What you see is not what you're going to get. If I catch you leaning in a certain direction, I'll attack you in another direction. And I can vary things up snap to snap in a way that you just never can really predict what I'm going to do. Mike? Quick thanks you to the sponsor of this show. Underdog Fantasy is sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year. They've got some 2-for-1 offers going on here as we're leading up to the NFL season, and some great introductory specials for you for new customers. You can use my code right now, NEST, or click the link in the description section below. They will match you on that 2-to-1. So $200, you get $100 matched. $1,000, you get $500 matched. All you got to do is use my code NEST, and there are some restrictions that do apply in the state of Washington, but if you are in a casino, Muckleshoot, get out to any of those, you can absolutely use my code, and use it in full and get yourself some money matched. Get in on some seasonal long lines. I've got some great parlays I've been putting together on my end of it, and I will show you guys those before the start of the season. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show today. I really do appreciate it. As said before, here we're probably going to do just sort of a quick show here today, in and outer, so to speak. I got the B&B show still tomorrow, and we covered quite a bit yesterday, about a 5-hour stream. So got a few bits of editing I want to get done here on my side of it tonight on it. So let's get the last couple. If we got any more questions through, we'll get those funneled on through and bounce on over. Chris says you can start the Eskridge highlight reel with fans watching the draft and going, what in the actual F? Have some song singing about a guy proving the haters wrong, proving the doubters wrong. Make it a whole, just a video of irony. SL Hazard says halfway the video, it turns into a love letter for Creed Humphrey. Oh, Lordy. That actually would be pretty funny. Oh, my goodness. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation, Randall, and all of your support to the channel today. I really, really do appreciate it for that. He says, think the team gives a plane ticket when a guy gets cut? Yeah, I think so. I don't know on that. Probably depends on organization, Randall. That's another one of those little bennies and bumps that probably depends by team. I would think so. Certainly wouldn't think that they're like, we've thrown your bags out on the side of the street. You've got about a minute to get out of the facility. You can walk out or we can walk you out. Just get suddenly cold like that, Randall, you know? Just like, get real with them real quick. Randall with another $2 dono, man. Thank you for all the donos. This is odd to me. The Rams traded that linebacker. Believe he was the defensive captain. I was noting that at the top of the stream a little bit too, Randall, and that it speaks to me a little bit of, you know, and it seems an indicator to me. I don't want to speak into it too much on this, but it's an indicator of something. It's an indicator that maybe the Rams don't want to pay middle linebackers and that they just have a general team philosophy that we'll pay edges, we'll pay defense tackles, we'll pay skill position players, we'll pay cornerbacks. But when it comes to inside linebackers, that's going to be one position that we are going to lean into the devaluation that has occurred here in this sport at that position over the last 10 years. That would seem to be at the very minimum, Randall, the thing that we can ascertain from the Rams. Maybe they don't, there's also some rumors about maybe there's some knee stuff going on with them where they're worried about a knee there that's not going to last long term and paying him. So there is that. You talk about being a defensive captain and also just a great defensive player for what they want him to do. And a guy that I think there's a strong argument to be made that last year, of their three best defensive players, you probably have Aaron Donald, Byron Young, and probably this, based on his name, Ernest Jones, this inside linebacker, was probably their third best defensive player last year on a team that made the playoffs. So now you've lost two of your three best defensive players from the prior year, and they haven't exactly loaded themselves to the hilt this offseason with the moves that they've made for some of the players that they've reinvested through. Braden Fisk and Jared Verse barely got any run in the preseason. We'll see what they're able to bring day one. They're relying on them to bring a lot day one. But the trade in general to me was an odd one, and I can't quite remember of a recent trade in recent history for a team that considers itself such a contender to trade such a young player who's earned that contract for a season where they seem to be really still trying to go for it. I mean, they're going to have to turn this around at some point in the future coming up with Stafford and Kupp getting older, I think. It's not to mention Donald's retirement in addition to this, but are they already starting to get out ahead of that? Is this a bit of an indicator that the Rams don't think they're quite as good as many of the pundits and people out there are proclaiming that they're going to be? And that they see this year as more of we're more still kind of turning this thing over. We're more re-injecting this team back with that talent. I don't know that part's the truth. I know the part about maybe not paying inside linebackers might be the truth. And I don't know about that secondary part, Randall, but it brings up a lot of questions when you see this trade. And it does, in addition to this, Randall, much like the situation with the Niners dealing with Ayuk and Trent Williams and having a training camp where they've had a lot of injuries, their first round pick has this subluxation going on his shoulder where he has to wear the protected jersey at practice and he can't even be hit. So we'll see if Ricky Pearsall is going to play much this year, if he's a guy that eventually gets onto the IR for the Niners. That's a potentiality that they're facing, I think, there. And so it's one that you do look with both of those two teams of, if you want to come through a training camp and you want to be everything going fluidly and everything to be in a good state and, okay, ready to hit the ground running come game one, I do think a little bit of when it comes to the Rams and the Niners right now, they've both had a little bit of some bumps here in this road of training camp as they've led through it. Rams in their case of Stafford, Alaric Jackson's going to be suspended through the first two games. They've got some injuries. The Niners, same kind of situation. So strange to me as well on that one, Randall, and I didn't quite understand why the Rams did it. If the knee thing is in play, then that makes sense. I don't want to give $50 million to a guy that's going to shred his knee within the next year and a half. But if he doesn't shred his knee and he turns into a great player for the Titans too, you are going to look back at that going, man, that was a strange trade. Hand Grenade says, B, just curious, is there a team that runs a similar system like Grubb in the league? Why don't we just poach an assistant from one of those who have some NFL experience? Why Grubb? The air raid system has concepts throughout the league in probably every single offense, but there's not a lot of offenses really running air raid. Cliff Kingsbury with the Washington Commanders is the only guy in the league with a real true background, I believe, in full-on air raid concepts. I'm probably forgetting somebody, but that's really all you've got. And what it is it's a type of offensive scheme that has had a reputation in recent years, Hand Grenade, of only really working at the college level, and that being the case because of the widened hash marks, that it can't make the transition or change fully to the NFL level because it needs those wide hash marks to be able to be at its most potent. And so I think that that's not necessarily the truth of it anymore. I think that you have to make some adjustments, and you can't run it as purely as you ran it at the college level, but there is still an ability to, I think, as evidenced by the fact that the scheme has its places and points all across the board in various places, to work in more of a full meal deal fashion. And even in Grubb, he's running his own kind of variants of the air raid. It isn't the Mike Leach air raid. He's got his own stuff that he's baked within it conceptually. So I think that's a little bit of why it's not league wide. As to why you wouldn't have gone for another coach around, they looked at a couple of guys, right? They talked to the passing coordinator, I think, of the Lions. So there's a couple of guys I think that they interviewed and considered on this. I would just probably muster the guess that Hand Grenade McDonald has been very impressed by Grubb. Remembering them, they met last year at the Combine. Grubb was already going there to try to set the groundwork for being a future OC at the NFL level, and he met with Mike McDonald at that time. These guys had some good interactions at that point. Grubb went on to have an amazing season with Washington, and then I'd reckon to guess that he probably interviewed the best out of the candidates that Mike McDonald looked at and got him the job. But he also runs a really fun system that is so varied and not locked in its structure, which is part of why I like it so very much. SL Hazard, my theory is McVay is losing his mind. Coach Mack has him losing sleep. Maybe so. It may be so on that one. If the Rams are last in the division, I expect McVay to bring up retirement talk again. He might. I mean, you get that much initial success out the gate and do that well, and then you start to see some of the great talent leave and know the job that's facing you then to reset the whole thing over. It's a lot of work. And as he is already a guy, as you say, that has already sort of flirted with potential retirement and going up into the booth, and he could be very highly paid in the booth as a commentator, that might be just too much of a draw for him. Paul Johnson says, did they elaborate on Cam Young's injury at all? I thought he was close to coming back and then PUP now. Haven't heard anything on Cam Young. He might have gotten asked about the press conference today, Paul. I got to admit, I didn't hear it mentioned by the reporters today, and I have not heard either coach or anybody really bring up anything in regard to Cam. It is also that he hasn't done a lot this whole training camp, so everything's a little mysterious in regards to Cam Young currently as it stands, I would say. I'm not too sure. And rest in peace, Mike Lynch. Yes, sir. I will get an update, though, on that, Paul, as soon as I do hear. Robin says, I think Grubb is his offense. That's why Mike wanted him. They're the same growth mindset. Agreed. I think that they're both about this movement into the new age where I think conceptually in offense and defense, it's less about the rigidity of the old. I run a West Coast style offense. I'm going to have some flavors of other offenses like I talked about with the air raid, maybe built within this. But I run my West Coast offense. Short passing attacks, short passing concepts, throw to set up the run, rigidity of stylings, spread concepts, dink and dunk, dink and dunk, dink and dunk, dink and dunk. Spread you out, then we'll try to run. Dink and dunk, dink and dunk. Don't really try to hit it deep. Kind of what you would get from a Patriots team in the mid-2000s when they didn't have Randy Moss. When it was just Edelman and Amendola, and they had a bunch of slot guys in there. Ding dong, very rigid. They can run option routes. They can do a lot of creative things on the run within it, but very rigid in where it's attacking and how it's attacking. And in Mike McDonald's scheme and in Grubb's scheme, I do agree. I think that there's something in these that is, to your point on that, Robin, one where they're both trying to be more flexible, more like an amoeba and kind of be able to move all over the place in how we attack you, and less about being rigid in our styling and more about being able to sort of throw the house at the opposition. And that's what you're open up and being able to do. It's an easier said than done conceptually because there's a reason for that rigidity. It's hard to do everything. It's hard to be good about all this stuff. But if you have the right kind of coaches in the way that they can teach it, you can pull it off. And especially in the case of a guy like McDonald, he's taken the tremendously complicated and simplified it. Very complicated defense and simplified down how he can teach it to players and get it to onboard. And this is why he's been able to onboard it so fast at his last two stops, and probably will be able to do so here too. Hazard says, we sweep the Rams this year. McVay will be free to retire into the LA sunset. Let's go. Kevin Lonice, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Kevin. Can you think of any team with a first-time head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams coach at the same time? Go Hawks. First time. I can't think of one. I'd have to do some research for sure, Kevin, on, like with Kingsbury going to the Cardinals a couple of years. Did he just bring up his whole college staff to that spot when he moved up, or was there a couple guys on there that had NFL, profile? I'd imagine that you'd at least be able to find one guy with some NFL experience from that, and that you wouldn't have it be this thorough where there wasn't that, uncertainty there with that on those sides of it. So it's probably been, to your point, if it has happened, it's happened very, very rarely. In the case of Grubb, it's not only a first-time OC, it's an OC that's a first-time OC at the NFL level who's an OC from college. It's not like you're hiring a passing game coordinator that's being an OC who's already been at the NFL level. You're going from the low ranges, and that's where this is a new approach of a direction that they're going versus what other teams do. But there's also what I like within how they've done this, Kevin, is that it was such an exhaustive process in these hirings. You didn't get to Mike McDonald overnight. You went through so many guys. And with the OC, Inglestrad with the Lions I was just talking about, a couple other guys that they had spoken with, you had a variety of guys that you looked at before you kind of came to Grubb. And that these weren't guys that you sort of just locked into early on and said, that's the guy, but that you really did your exhaustive process to make sure that you landed on the best candidates. And that's what does give me a lot of confidence on this, is that they took such a nice slow roll approach. And we saw other organizations this offseason, Kevin, in their coaching searches and how they filled their rosters, who didn't exactly do the same kind of thing, where there was a little bit more of a quickening going on with them versus, I think, our Hawks. But there is with that also on your note of that is a little bit of also the boom or bust factor that exists here. It's got a big boom potentiality to it with both sides of the ball in these hirings, but it also has the big big bust potential as well. I think people are getting more and more confident by McDonald sort of by the day and how he's carried himself through here, but he is a first-time head coach. He is a rookie head coach. He's the youngest head coach in the NFL. And like I just said with Grubb, you have a guy that is coming from college. And like you've said, you don't have this much of a staff that you've had a first-time guy, say nothing of a first-time guy also coming from college. So there's questions. There is questions there. But I have confidence in the approach that they've taken with it, Kevin, because I think that they did it as thoroughly as you could ask them to do it. And if you do it thoroughly and you've gone through the candidates and the cream of the crop is risen, it doesn't work out, then you can at least say you didn't do everything within your power to hire the right guys. But if it doesn't work out, we may come back to it too, Kevin, just onto your point on the other side of it of saying, well, we had too much inexperience maybe perhaps. This is also the place I think it does help out having a guy like Leslie Frazier in the house as a steadying hand, as a former head coach, as a guy that's done it all in this league. Player, coach, head coach, assistant coach, who can maybe provide a little bit of clarity on some of this stuff too. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that $10 donation. And as a member, thank you as well. Radu says, B, went to the Browns preseason game. Pretty electric already. Can't wait for the Broncos game now since I'm going. Woo! It's going to be a good game, Radu. You're very lucky to go check that one out. I want to get a full report from you, my man, when you get back on what you saw from the stadium, where the energy was at. I mean, really take note of it. I know you've been in there before, but I'm really interested to see where game one with this new coaching staff, Denver coming in, the anticipation this year of where that crowd is at. We were talking a little bit about the noise last night a bit in there and where it might be this year. It'd be really good to see. Robin's with me. She says, love they brought Leslie in. That's just into some of Kevin's kind of concern, I think, there within the post of his donation. That's where you feel good about it, where you feel good that this is the guy that can be the steadying hand. And with the Nicholas too, with Kevin's right with it technically, where Leslie's more of an assistant coach. You know, he's not the head coach, OC, DCS, special teams. He's more of the assistant. But he does provide a little more now of the veteran presence in the coaching room to help them out. As John said, help McDonald see around corners that he can't necessarily anticipate. Alex says the Rams were another one of those teams who can reach the Super Bowl. They should have went last year. They might. I mean, they lost Aaron Donald, Alex. Like I was saying on this, they just lost. That's the part that I don't quite understand on this, where they get so much love and praise on this, Alex, where, I mean, they definitely played over their skis last year and got further than I thought they could get. And Stafford played like a damn near MVP, and Puka was good, really good. But at the same point in time, you just lost the most dominating defensive presence this sport has seen over the past 10 years. And not only are they not going to miss a beat, they're going to be better. You lose two of your best three defensive players, including that generational defensive player, and you're not only going to not miss a beat, you're going to be better. That's the part that I'm confused on with this, Alex, where I say, how does that math add up? They didn't make a tremendous amount of moves this offseason. You know, they added an interior offensive lineman. I've never seen that move needles in the past before necessarily, but they didn't make any big onboard as far as really receiver running back. You drafted the kid out of Michigan, but I mean, there wasn't a major, huge move made. They're hoping Tre'Davious White's got something to give him at the cornerback room. That secondary looks pretty weak. Inside linebacker room just got a lot more weakened, and that defensive line is real young. Real young. Paul Johnson, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor as a member. I really appreciate you for that, Paul. And you can join now, folks. We've got some great benefits here to the members of the channel. I do the weekly grades from the PFF, release it the very next day after the game to members of the channel on the community posts. I'll be doing once a month call and show for members of the channel. We'll be doing some extra streams for you guys on that side of it too. So a lot of extra bennies there for members of the channel. Thank you to Paul for joining on up. I really appreciate you. Welcome aboard. Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, give him a welcome there. Kevin Lonice with another $10 donation. Kevin, man, thank you for the double dip on the dono. He says, don't get me wrong. I do like our coaches, just a little scary. Go Hawks. No, I think you bring up it's a valid thing to be a concern of. One of the reasons that you go with guys that have done it in this sport before is that you don't have first-time mistakes and they don't have to learn the ropes. And if you're going to go with a young timer in one place, you're going to want much more solidified ground in other spots down the line at that point, right? Like we'll take the risk on the head coach, but the DC, the OC will be more, you know what you're getting and they've done it before and there's less about that part of it for them. And that's that thing I do say to this, Kevin, which is to your point, I think on this of the boom or bust aspect of it. And both things are true on either end of it. I think there's a likelihood more to the boom side of it because they've intelligently swung at this boom. It's a hitter going up to the plate. You know, I love my analogies. It's a power hitter going up to the plate and he's got a 2-0 count or he got a 2-1 count and he's sitting on a fastball and he's going to swing from the back of his heels on the fastball and that's his boom swing. Take that scenario, right? 2-1 count, but let's take it into this place. It's a 2-1 count and the hitter studied the pitcher that's throwing him the ball. And the hitter knows that the pitcher has a tendency to throw 2-1 changeups. And so he's going to sit on the changeup. And whereas a fastball, you can know a fastball is coming and you can still swing through that fastball, especially if you're swinging from your heels. If I'm sitting on a changeup and I swing from my heels, I'm going to park that mother effing thing in the second deck. And so that's the analogy I would provide here is that the boom bust is there here on that. You might swing, you might miss, you might strike out. But you're sitting on the change. You've studied the pitcher. You've made this choice intelligently. And that gives me much more faith that this is going to be successful because of it from my standpoint, Kevin. But it does not remove, to your point on this, and thank you for the double donation, it does not remove the potentiality of the best factor. You have the youngest head coach in the NFL, first-time head coach. OC, coming from college, never happens. First-time OC at the NFL level too, in addition to that. Doesn't usually happen. First-time DC, like you say, doesn't happen. So there is that bust part of it. But you're 2-1 on that count. You're on the change. It's lefty-righty matchup. You know, it's in the hitter's favor just a little bit, maybe. Just a little bit. War Chief says a Creed song would only be fitting for the D. Eskridge highlight reel. With arms wide open. Warchi says the Rams lost Aaron Donald and give away their starting middle linebacker at 24 years of age for a 6th round pick. Their head is not in the Super Bowl run. I can tell you that. That feels that way to me when you make that kind of move. And I know the fans feel differently on this. Rams fans will feel differently on this. Pundits will feel, they're going to get a lot of love out there from the national talking heads, but it looks that way to me too a little bit, War Chief. I'm sorry, it just does. It's an odd move, especially that Ernest Jones one. Matter of fact, it doesn't have anything to do with Donald. Can you elaborate on that, Alex? On what you mean on that? Because, they lost Aaron Donald and, they didn't do anything commiserately wise to overcome that major loss. You can't go, well, you got Braden Fisk, so, you're not going to, losing Donald's no problem. You got Braden Fisk. You're good. Braden Fisk is not going to give them 80% of what you got from Aaron Donald, especially not his rookie year. We're talking about this upcoming season. And Verse will probably round into being a pretty solid player long term, but is he ready first year to overcome that as well on his side of it? I'm not so sure. And while the team's got some definite positive points to point to on them, and I'm not saying they're going to be bad, I also think that this recent place where they're at, and I think the bottom line on is that, again, you have a team that's lost two of the three most important defensive players on that team. And what's being prognosticated here, Alex, is not that they're simply not going to miss a beat from last year. Not only are they going to get to the playoffs last year, but that people are making this prognostication that they're going to be better than they were last year. And that's the part to me that I find confusing because I don't see that young, like we've got the young youth we've been building that's building up talent-wise to explode to this nature of things. I don't know if I've seen the same thing coming out of the Rams the last couple of years and how they've built that team up. Paul says it's going to be so refreshing for our division rivals to not absolutely have our number on D. It will indeed. It will indeed. I think we're going to do a lot more creative things to make it a lot harder than we have in the past on those defenses, Paul. And I'm really looking forward to it. See how Grubb and McDonald attack these teams. I'm watching how Grubb will go after a guy like Purdy, and I think force Purdy into the things that Purdy does not want to do. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be real fun. Robin says, I just noticed that cam clip running in the background. Love that. Yeah, I was having some fun with playing with this After Effects software where you can pull the players out of the foreground. It's like, I'm using that for my donations. So I got a couple I'll be trotting out this year for y'all on the dono front. Alex says, Fisk ain't bad, but the Rams will be in the playoffs again. So I get you're saying that, Alex, but if you can just elaborate a little bit on how you get to that spot. Like I just brought up that point to you, which I think is a pretty good valid point on this, was to say a team like the Rams, they've not necessarily had an assembly of building a lot of great young talent over the past couple of years in their drafts. Large part because, right, Alex, they've been without first-round picks. This was the first year that they had first-round picks, say nothing of a lot of other picks that they've lost through the years. The Von Miller trade, a second and a third-round pick gone in that trade. They made a lot of trades in the moment so that they weren't able to have the young collective talent. They were leaning on a bit of the older talent there to kind of pull them through the day, right? I don't think you would push back on that. So when we talk about them coming into this year and, they're getting back to the playoffs, they're going to be just as good as next year. They're going to even be better than next year. The NFC looks stronger. The NFC West looks stronger. Their aging players are getting another year older, your Stafford Cup types. You lose Donald. I can't remember, and I think you would say this is fair, Alex, I can't remember a team in recent years that lost a generational-like defensive player. It'd be like the Texans when they lost Watt saying, we're going to be just as good next year. No, in fact, we'll actually be better next year. Say nothing of then losing the second best defensive player behind that or the third best defensive player behind that, depending on where you ranked Ernest Jones. That's the part to me that just doesn't, if you can elaborate on that part, which doesn't add up to why what they did offensively, that gets offsuited when you look at what offensively they did. They signed Colby Parkinson, who was our third tight end. They got Glasgow from the Lions, who's not a Pro Bowl All-Pro guard. He's fine. Where do we get to the place of, and again, I'm not saying they're going to be bad. I'm talking about just as good as last year. No, even better, a little bit better than last year. Alex says, Brandon, that's classified information you're asking from me. Fair enough. It's one of those I could tell you, but then I'd have to take you out things. So I don't want you to have to call the cleaners on me. SL Hazard, Fisk, as in Wilson Fisk. The Rams got the kingpin to replace AD. They did, but it's Wilson Fisk if he had 30-inch long arms. So imagine Wilson Fisk with Tyrannosaurus Rex arms, and that's Braden Fisk. He's got the Kenny Pickett hands of arms. So go look at Kenny Pickett's hands and then say, what would be the equivalent of a defensive lineman's arms of Kenny Pickett's hands? And you would get Braden Fisk. I call him Baby Arm Fisk. Which is unfortunate because some people take that nickname in a different direction than I mean it. But we're not going to get into that. It's too late to stream for that type of stuff, those type of jokes. War Chief, I'm a Seahawks fan from the 80s. I still have my Broncos Buster t-shirt. Let's go. Let's go. Brad Myers in the house. Brandon 12, family greetings from Prague. Up early to see what everyone is feeling about our team. Well, I think everybody's feeling pretty good, Brian. Coming on the edge of it. You caught me kind of right here at the end, my man, as we're just putting a bit of a wrap up on it here. But feeling good about the shape of the team. We've gotten through training camp with no super crazy injuries necessarily of guys that are due to be out for a long period of time. Minorly encouraging news about Abraham Lucas from John Schneider today and saying that there's an expectation level that he is not going to miss this season, which that in itself I think is some big news. So overall, we are cautiously optimistic and feeling okay. Now we just have to see where this thing is going to go going forward on it. Master Full says, I think the Niners will finish last in the division. I think the Niners have even more of the worst vibes they're working off of than indeed the bit of what the Rams are dealing with. You have players losing all of training camp with no practice time. I don't care how good that player is. I don't care how many years they played in the league. That's not for the benefit of the player or the team for that upcoming season. There's a reason these guys go through it. I know they bitch and moan about all of the training camp and how tired their bodies get and all that, but as Mike McDonald himself has said, this is how you callous yourself up to prepare yourself for an NFL season. And having Ayuk out for a whole training camp and still no view of when he is going to get out there and play. Like, both of these two guys right now look likely, unless they come back in the next day or two, hard to see either of these two guys playing come game one. So you're going to miss them against minimum that Jets game. And then you just see some of the stuff you're seeing coming out of other additional things in Niners camp. Brock Purdy, no Ayuk out there, no Trent Williams. Hasn't looked the same out there in training camp by many observers' accounts. He's had some pretty rough days by many observers' accounts. You are still without Dre Greenlaw through a big part of the season, probably. I don't know if he'll even be able to get back to full health this season when he suffered that Achilles injury in the Super Bowl. Warner's been dealing with injuries. You have the first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, has a subluxation. I probably didn't say that right, but his shoulder's all jacked up. He's wearing a jersey in practice where he can't even be hit. The vibes aren't great coming out of the Niners right now. And both with the Rams and the Niners I'm not necessarily saying I look at a bad season from either of them as it stands right now, but I'm just saying that this isn't where you want the energy to be at on either place coming into the start of the season. It wouldn't seem to bode well. The Niners have had this kind of happen a little bit before in prior years to a degree, not to this extreme degree, with the Debo thing last year, for instance, where we thought he was maybe going to get traded, but it ain't looking good. Looking good. They're trying to fight through it. Cameron says, DK, 1,300 yards, 10 touchdown season. You think he can do it? I do. I would put DK at a 1,400 yard, 13 touchdown season this year. I think that's where I do see it. I think he's going to get the 10 targets a game on average, somewhere in the neighborhood of that, so that we'll see him at the end of the year. I think he's at 155 to 170 targets. And if you get him that, I think you're going to get him 1,400 yards, 1,300 to 1,400 yards. And I do think he crests up into that 13 touchdown range of things. I was running a clip. If you go back and check at the start of the show, is one of the first clips I ran here, Cameron, on Warren Sharp, running a stat that he was talking a little bit about Seattle's usage, especially down when throwing the ball inside the 10-yard line and inside the 5-yard line. We were one of the most run-heavy teams when we got inside the 10-yard line in that area of things. And if we'd pass just a little bit more, you'll see much more production come from a Geno in passing touchdowns, and even much more production than come from a guy like DK in passing receptions down there as well. So I do think he's going to get to that spot of things. Ender, what's up, man? It's good to see you, Ender. And Y2K, I see you got a donut there too, so I'll catch you too there, Y2K. Sorry I'm a little late on your acknowledgement, but Ender, thank you for the $20 donation. I really appreciate your guys' kindness and support to the channel. You allow me to do what I do here, and I really thank you for that, Ender. Really appreciate it. Just got to pick up the chat. What do you think about the tight ends? What do you think about the Hawks tight end situation? Go Hawks. It was a little bit of an odd one to me. I'm not going to lie. It caught me a little bit off guard in where I saw the final roster at with this team when you had 4 tight ends that you kept on the roster to finish things off, especially when it came in lieu, Ender, of 3 running backs. Because this team is always, for John Schneider's pretty much whole time here, unless there was injury, you've always had 4 running backs on the roster, it seems like. I think it's a fluid situation, Ender, where it could be a little bit changing as we go through this year a little bit. Versus the 4 going to 3 maybe eventually. And maybe some of this is dependent a little bit on the upcoming matchup with the Broncos, where Grubb's got a little bit more intention this upcoming game to play a little bit more with the 12 and 13 personnel, the 2 and the 3 tight ends, that he wants to run a little bit more of that, so he needs the bodies out there. I think some of it too, Ender, is the impact of the injuries to Noah Fant and Pharaoh Brown. Both of those guys, I think, have kind of foot things they've had to deal with, and the team just wants to make sure they've got the reinforcements there as far as their depth to still hold up. So I think that's probably what went into that decision, but I don't think that we go for the full 17-game season with 4 tight ends. And I think once those guys get healthy, when it's all said and done, it's going to be what we thought it was in the offseason, being Fant, Brown, and Barner as your 3 guys you end up rolling with when it is all said and done. But I do wonder a little bit about that Bronco matchup there, Ender. You've got a guy like Cody Barton. Maybe they're looking at kind of getting on who's going to be starting that game and one extra tight end to keep him on the field at times. Like, can we go into personnel packages to force Barton on the field more? Right? Like, they'll keep Barton off if we go into nickel, but we can keep him into more base. We can get Barton out there, and then we can kind of hunt a bit. I wonder if they're thinking they're going to maybe do some of that there. But as far as how strong it is, I think it's fine for how they built it. Fant is your guy that you're going to get to feature a little bit more, hopefully, and let him really go out there and feast more than maybe he ever has in his career. And then you've got your two real blocking tight ends more in Barner and Brown and what you're going to ask them to do. And that's really the role that they're going to suit to as we get into the regular season, I think. Barner's got some upside as a pass catcher long term. Brown is what he is. But that, I think, is the long-term plan for the season when we really get to middle of the year and where it's at. But it was weird to see him holding 4 tight ends there, Ender. Took me a little bit of kind of like, what are they? I mean, I know Brady Russell was good. Don't get me wrong. And maybe just think some of this is that you're trying to protect from having Brady Russell get plucked. But also I was like, haven't done that before. That's a new one. That's a grubby special, Ender. Thank you for the $20 donation, though. I really do appreciate that support. Y2K with a $2 dono. Thank you for that, Y2K, as well. And folks, doesn't have to be $20. I love a $20 donation, but anything that's ever supported is always appreciated. So thank you for that, man. He says, top 5 offense, top 5 defense, easy. I'll say you'd say that easy. I like it. He doesn't even come with top 5 offense, top 5 defense. He just says he adds an easy on the end of it, period. Well, I will say this, Y2K. If this team produces a top 5 offense and this team produces a top 5 defense, you have a team that bare minimum is getting to the conference championship, in my opinion. Weird things can happen in the playoffs. You could fall completely on your face once you get to that. But let's also remember that if you are putting together at that point a top 5 offense and a top 5 defense, you're very likely also putting together a top 5 special teams unit, especially if this is a good Jason Myers year. We know it's going to be a great Dixon year. You got Laviska Shenault's going to help you on the return game. But when it comes to if Myers is good, then you're top 5 offense, top 5 defense, top 5 special teams. I would measure to guess that in any time in recent history, if we have an NFL football team that is top 5 in all 3 of those metrics, they're probably getting the conference championship. They're probably getting to a Super Bowl. And it's certainly the potential in all of these units is there to make that happen. It is young talent. It is hard to predict that. And so I laugh when you say easy, because for me, Y2K, it's hard to say that with certainty because it's got so much of that variance that exists when you have so much young talent there. It's undeniable how strong of a talent group we've got here, but it coming into bloom, that flower and all of its petals opening up fully for us this year, which is what that would take to happen to get to top 5 zone all the way down the line. A lot's got to come together right for it to happen. It's possible, but a lot's got to click through for it to happen. Potential's there, though. I don't want to undercut that. Mab07, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Mab. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. And please do, if you could, folks, hit that like button or sub on up like Mab has. Trying to get up over 20,000 subscribers this year. You can help me reach that spot today. It doesn't cost you anything to subscribe on up. It's free to you, but it's huge for content creators like me when you do it. So I do thank all those that do sub up to the channel. I know you got to log into an account. You got to do all that stuff to it, but it's really a big time deal for us and helping this channel grow and just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And please do hit that like button if you haven't already as well. I do appreciate it. Thank you, though, Ender, Y2K. Appreciate those donations. Kevin, Low Nice, you guys are awesome. Awesome as ever. Ran the cut of the Winers finished last in the division. I'll throw a damn party. Yeah, that's tough to see that, especially the Cardinals team, which I think they're in for another rough year there with Arizona. YDK says, hopefully a rookie offensive coordinator hopefully lets you keep him for like 3 seasons if he's successful, where a veteran coordinator, you'd only get 1 because they would get swooped up. It's possible. I mean, when Grubb's dealing with the kind of talent that he's dealing with this year, I think it's hard to say that you got to even past 1 year if it takes off. Teams are going to get as jumpy as ever to go jump on these coordinators and be the first at the line to pick ones up. But you bring a possibility. There is less there with him. You're right about he's got less certainty in what he's brought so far to necessarily guarantee that if he has just 1 great year, that's enough and he'll go and be able to get the job. It's a little bit like the guy out there in Houston who I think was also a first-time OC, where you got to at least kind of put 2 years together before you really get that, usually before you get that that certainty. Though didn't Dave Canales do it after a year there with Tampa Bay? I want to say. Wasn't only just 1 year with him there. Paul Johnson, Carolina is taking a shot on every ex-Hawk player they can get their hands on. Live in Charlotte might be the closest I get to seeing the Hawks live this year. Well, you got the Canales connection down there, and Canales knows as an organization our process and how we put this roster together and how we go after players. And I think maybe this is a little bit of an indicator of him tipping his cap to us and understanding we do it right here, Paul, and do it correct. So this maybe is a little bit to that, but yeah, they're grabbing all of our guys out there. We've got a couple teams like Arizona's like that too, Paul. Like they grab a lot of our guys. There's a few of them like that. It used to be Minnesota Seahawks, but that's kind of transitioned away now. Y2K, am I missing something, or do the Browns only have 2 running backs? Do we want Frank Gore? Frank Gore Jr. had a really great preseason period, and he certainly showed out. And you would have thought maybe there with the Bills that he had done enough to earn his way on the roster, but just hadn't, which is unfortunate because the kid didn't get drafted either. We'll see if he does get another opportunity or a shot. The Browns are waiting on Chubb to come back from injury. I don't know the timeline on that, but currently their 4-string depth chart is Nick Chubb, Jerome Ford, Pierre Strong, and Naheem Hines. So they might go a little bit lighter on the depth chart until Chubb's ready to come back, but they've got a couple guys there that can make it happen. Ryan, are we all happy about the removal of Eskridge from the team? I have not heard anybody in 2 days that we've been talking about it, Brian, lament it or be upset about it. I think everybody's pretty good with that. Nick says, the thing about always gets me about tuning into the Hawks Nest during the game is the chat spoiling it. They do like to mention stuff that's happening. It might be better this year with being on YouTube where I might be able to see the action more in line with when you guys get it. But yeah, it can sometimes be an issue. It's hard to get people not to do it, you know. It's human nature. Ender says, what do you think about the defensive tackle situation? I think it's one of your deeper positions on your team, to be honest with you. You love your starters. You love the flexibility of these guys to move them all around the line of scrimmage. I mean, you 2 years ago made Draymond Jones the highest paid free agent in the history of your organization. You second round pick traded for Leonard Williams and then paid him to one of the highest contract you've ever paid a defensive tackle, defensive lineman too. And then you go back and draft Byron Murphy in the first round. And that's with other reinforcements also in the mix here with a Jaron Reed who still shows you he's got something in the tank. And Haskins, who can be a good one tech for you, is a run stuffer guy who can fit into that role. You don't even do a lot, but just fit into that role. Cam Young gives you some upside as a former 4th round pick from last year once he gets back from injury. So I do like a lot of the flexibility you have with the unit, and the talent has been so much more. If you look at this first 2 years ago, you know, we were 2 years ago trotting out a defensive line with Poona Ford and Al Woods at 35 years old and Quentin Jefferson, and trying to kick LJ Collier at times inside. You know, that's where your defensive line was at a couple of years ago. So it is night and day difference now, talent-wise, ability-wise, upside-wise, youth-wise, depth-wise. It's been completely turned around and upgraded. It's what I think does stand out about this rebuild over the last 2 years is look at that depth chart 2 years ago. Look at that depth chart now on your defensive line and your offensive line. And I know it's an old football idiom, axiom. It's a cliche, but it is still proven true. The game is won and lost in the trenches. So you got to get the talent in the trenches. You got to get the depth in the trenches, and you got to reinforce that. I feel great about it, Ender. It's right there with other positional groups on this team like wide receiver or running back where you feel like you're strong both at the top and with the depth. Hey, Grade B, realistically, how much longer do you think McVay and Kyle are still in the division? People getting upset with Kyle because of the Super Bowl losses and McVay already flirting with the booth. According to what I've heard from Niner sources that I have, Kyle has a really great relationship with the owner, and there doesn't seem to be any timeline as far as him being on any kind of hot seat, despite maybe some of the frustration the fans have with the Super Bowl losses. So Kyle, I think, is embedded there, and he's going nowhere anytime soon in San Francisco, even if they were to have a poor season this year. Now, if they have back-to-back poor years next year with the way the cap situation set up for them, do they revisit at that point if it's 2 straight seasons of poor play? Yeah, probably then they would, but I don't know that they will play that poorly for a 2-year period. And so I think Kyle's set. With McVay, I don't think that it's about him being fired there, certainly especially not after what he did last year with them being $57 million of dead money in the books and nobody really counting on them to do much. But I do think, like you say, the flirtation with the booth already, if you already got one foot kind of half out the door, to me, I've always thought it's just really only a matter of time. You might still love it. You might still be with, but like it's been rare we've heard of a coach flirting like that in that way, and then he goes back and refines his love for coaching, and he's just going to stay there for the next 15, 20 years. I think what we know about McVay is that this is more of a short-term kind of thing, and that it is only a matter of time before he ends up in the booth. Lou in the house. What's up, Lou? Hey, all. Go Hawks. Hololani made it through the waivers. I was surprised. Thought he would be claimed. I did too, Lou. I did too. Strange. Some of it could be too. A little bit what John Schneider talked about here is that a little bit of this cause and effect situation you have. Recent trend. A lot of teams out there keeping extra offensive linemen on their roster than they have in years past. The position that many of them are choosing then to go lighter at. Maybe running back. And so then now there aren't as many teams that are there to go claim that running back on waivers because they're taking the same approach you're taking, like the Hawks have here, Lou, where they're holding a few extra linemen on the roster. Brian says, I thought the Panthers would get Eskridge also. Where did Eskridge end up going, Brian? I didn't see the note on which one. And there's some teams he was talking to. Robin says, I think Tomlin wants to start Fields, but can't pass the salary they are paying him. But I bet you Fields will be starting before the end. They probably end up running both of those good 2 guys out. And to your point, Robin, I don't know that either of those 2 guys did a lot this preseason to really, truly earn the job. So I think that they've started Russ, but it's sort of just like, I don't think he snatched it with both hands. Rockman Drums, 11 days until we play the Broncos. The slowest days of the season will fly by. Go Hawks. Let's go. It's going to pick up quick at that point. Alex says, I'm hoping Russ has a terrific season. I think it'd be cool for him to do that as well, Alex. I mean, I think if he put one more really good season together, and not even an MVP season, just a really good year together there with Pittsburgh, I think it'd be enough to push him up over the top for Hall of Fame voting. He's right on that edge right now, I think, but that one more year and being able to recapture his essence a little bit, especially as rough as that stop was in Denver, I think that'd be enough to do that. And I would like to see that for Russ's sake if he can pull it off. Nicholas says the Panthers snatching up all our release players. Canales, man. Snake. Alex says that the Steelers have a good running game. They do, Alex. They got that running game, and then they got a good defense. And when you have those 2 things as your first 2 parameters kind of walking in, then you have a little bit of an ability at that point to supplement the quarterback position to where it's not as reliant on the position to be amazing for you to make it happen. Ran the Cut says it has been better this year. You were actually ahead of my broadcast last game. There we go. That's what I'd like to see more of. And I think the previous year I was using this Fubo app, which I think definitely slows things down heavily. So I'm hoping the YouTube one might offset some of that stuff that we have the chat able to ruin it at that point. Hazard says 4 years later, people still talking about Darrell Taylor's potential. Y2K says, I'm confused. I thought 3 tech and 1 tech were for 4-3 defenses. I thought 3-4 had 0 techs. Am I missing something? No, it's more about where things have been traditionally in the fronts versus where they are in the modern era, Y2K. So you very rarely see defenses anymore in a pure 3-4 front. The only time you're going to see it is when offenses are in a base package. So 2 tight ends, you might see at that point. Even then, you might still see defenses in nickel. But that's when you might see a 3-4 defense. But even then, it's 10-15% of the game, you might see a 3-4 defense in a true 3-4 look. Indeed, at that point, it's when you think about offensive line, don't think about it as 4-3 or 3-4 Y2K. Think of it more of the numbers increase as you go further out. So 0 tech, 1 tech, 2 tech, 3 tech, 4 is I'm a 4 tech across from the guard, but I'm in the inside shoulder. That'd be a 3-4 alignment. Would be you playing 4-eye technique. 5 technique to the outside. 7, 9 technique, wide 9s, outside linebacker standing up. That's a wide 9 technique. So when we're referencing tech, we're just referencing where their alignment is on the defensive line, not the style of defense that they're in. And the reason why you have a 3-4 defense like we're playing Y2K, yet we're referencing 1 techs and 3 techs, is because the majority of the time, this defense is going to be a nickel. And when it's in nickel, you're going to have 4-man fronts. That's how McDonald runs it when he's in nickel. So when you're in that 4-man front, oftentimes you're going to have guys in 3 tech. You're going to have a guy in a 1 tech position, but you're not going to have anybody in a 0 tech. Maybe a little bit, but not very much if you do that. So it's just about how this is processed from where it was even 10 years ago, Y2K, on that. 10 years ago, that would have been tried and true. 3-4 defenses, it's going to be the 0 tech and the 4-eye guys as your down linemen, and then your wide 9 technique outside linebackers. That's how it would have been 10 years ago. Now it's just changed a bit. And Jalen Warren's awesome. Yeah, he's a really good back. Mab says, would you be willing to sacrifice your cat for a 4-peat? No. She's my family. No. We have to do it the hard way, not by dark satanic fashion. We just need to be better. That was dark. I like how you went 4-peat. You're like, he's not enough on 3-peat, but if you give him the 4, that might be enough to push it over the top. What's up, little Dallas Cowboy in the house? How you doing, bro? Good to see you. Eskridge to the Dolphins? Okay. Oh, that's a good move for the Dolphins. I like his fit there. If he can find his footing out there. Eskridge revenge game in a couple weeks. Maybe so. God, wouldn't that be brutal if he houses back a return on a kick return? Oh, God, that'd be so tough. Especially if it was the deciding factor in the game. Hopefully I just made it not possible because I just spoke it into being. Brandon, any thoughts on carrying 2 quarterbacks? Need one on the practice squad? I think eventually they probably look to add a guy to the practice squad, Brian. I think it's not a priority right now because they didn't like what they saw from PJ Walker. They're like, we could do better than this just signing anybody off the street than what he provided us. And so I think that it more was it was an indicator of other guys they wanted to hold on the practice squad. You know, they wanted to secure an extra guy in there. And then it's also that they just didn't, I think, really particularly like how PJ played. And he didn't build much confidence, I don't think, on that side of it. Paul says, I also think Connor Williams making the calls at the line is going to be huge. We've been missing that aspect being done well since Max, it feels like. Yeah, agreed. Especially as you've been kind of spinning through the centers in there, Paul, quite a bit through that time period in addition to that. So, yeah, he will be a lot more steady down there. I've said, I think, Paul, that Connor's worth essentially 1 win this year from where I had him. I had Seattle about 10 wins this year. I think he pushes you up to 11 because his presence is that important and where he takes the center position as far as talent, too, from where it was. Williams says, hey, B, how about we get in the playoffs and the running back go down? We need more. You can always go make a move for a running back. You can always do a trade deadline deal if things get lean through the mid part of the year. Remember this too, William, that the trade deadline's pushed back this year. So you have more of a time frame to be able to wait on that kind of thing and attack it later if you want to. John Schneider said today, you're always looking to improve the team. You don't have to be locked in now and you're done. You can continue to keep trudging the depths and seeing what you can find. And they were able to get Holani at least on the practice squad. So Y2K says, has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 14 months. Does the black cat approve sacrificing the orange cat? She'd sign off on it probably. She'd be like, yeah, then I get my cat tree back. I get you fully. I'm good with that. But she'd be like, no, but it's the 4-peat, really. I mean, that stuff's just ancillary. It's really the 4-peat. I mean, it's 4-peat, Brandon. Come on. You'd be an all-time team at that point. You can get another orange cat. Dime a dozen. So the black magic's a no-go. Yeah, we got to do it the old-fashioned way. Mab says McDaniels will be able to utilize Eskridge's skill set. That's always been our problem. Pete was able to get the best out of people mentally, but schematically, he never brought in the right coaches. Well, I do agree with you on that as a bottom line, Mab. I do 100% agree that you have in Carroll a guy that when it came to where he was having his holes growing bigger and bigger as far as a coach, it wasn't everywhere. It was just the particular place it was in those schematics and utilization of players and putting the players in the best position to succeed at all times. And there was question marks in regards to that. I think there's maybe a little bit of that with Eskridge, but the other thing with this map is that he just couldn't stay healthy. The guy was injured all the time. He was constantly beat up and nicked up. I mean, the original injury that he got in his first year here is the very second fly sweep you give him, he gets elbowed in the head and he's done the whole year. And I would say maybe more that's at the forefront from my perspective on it with him, where I see it as more of he just couldn't stay. He could not be available for the field. Brian says Brett Rippon intrigues me as a practice squad quarterback. I'd be open to it. I think his dad's got the Pacific Northwest ties out there, I think, over in Spokane. But, yeah, he looked better than Russ, I think, last year at times, didn't he, when he was put in, or 2 years ago? Robin L. Brandon, what do you think of Joe Milton? I mean, the arm strength is undeniable. He can move around a little bit in addition to that, Robin. But when it comes to the quarterback position, when I start in my evaluation point, I start with 2 points of skill sets. And if you don't have these 2 skill sets, I'm going to kind of be out on you as a quarterback because I don't believe that there's skill sets that you can do anything about. You have it walking in the door or you don't. The first is arm strength. Obviously, Milton's got that to the nth degree. He can throw it 90 yards according to what he says. And that's awesome. He's got the arm strength. He can make every NFL throw. That's why I like it as a prerequisite. Defenses can't just lean to these certain throws I can make and not have to worry about these other throws that I can't make, which I see a lot of quarterbacks get upended by. So arm strength, but processing is the second part for me, Robin. So he's got the first part, but the second part he does not have. Joe Milton is not a processor on the football field. When it's hiked to go, he's getting a little bit lost. He wants to go to the first read, and there's not going to be a lot of second, third, fourth reads in there. And when it does come to the arm strength, while it's nice, he does not have a way of layering his throws. He doesn't know how to take it off a little bit to better get the accuracy in on a spot. Everything is a fastball coming out of his hand. And sometimes you need to take a little bit off and put it in the right spot accuracy-wise rather than throwing it in there as hard as you possibly can. I don't have a lot of faith, though, that processing is going to come forward, and that's why I was out on him in the draft, and I'm still out on him today, is that you have to have both of those 2 things for me as a prospect to get me really interested. Otherwise, you're just a guy. Yeah, I do have a black cat, and as Y2K says, the orange cat does not allow her up here. She's kind of a bully, so the black cat's kind of always got to know her place. It's a weird dynamic. Don't get 2 female cats. If you get 2 cats, get a female and a male, because the 2 females are just like... Radu, what do you think about the Seahawks approach Dave Lucas? I love it, Radu. I love it because it's different than I think a lot of other teams would take here, where they would try to force a player back as fast as humanly possible. And if the player blew out his knee, too bad, so sad, see ya. We'll move on to the next. I think what the Seahawks have done is not only what's right for Abraham Lucas, but what might also end up being able to help prevent that blowout from happening in the future, where they're not only taking the 100% of the time that the doctor tells them to take, but they're taking more time beyond that to try to do as much as they can to fully ensure that the knee's going to be right. And I like that approach. It doesn't seem to be one that's built out of this thing's not going to heal, but let's try to make sure that it's going to heal fully before we try to trot him out there. And I think that's something I like about this scenario, Radu. I think it's very encouraging today that we got our most positive news about Abraham Lucas that we've had in months, being that John Schneider does not see this injury being one that's going to cost him a full season. And I think that they would have started to broach a little bit of that talk now if that was really an option that was sitting out there on the table in front of us. For the Broncos behind enemy lines shows, could you possibly make it a Airbnb show? Yeah, the B&B shows I'm going to do on just the Thursdays. We didn't have as much of a watch last year, Y2K, on the B&B shows on the Tuesdays, and some of that's just reviewing, I know, games that people have already kind of turned through at that point. But I'm trying this year to change a little of the content up. I want to do the B&B shows in the future. I love doing B&B shows with Brendan, and we'll be doing it tomorrow. But I just want to kind of do these different shows that are set up completely separate from one to the other. Today being the weekly roundup, Tuesday show being behind enemy lines, Thursday being the B&B show, in the hopes of we can really create some differences in the type of shows that we kind of put out at times, and that it doesn't get repetitive for people, at least. That's the thing, the hopeful theory here with it on that side of it. But yeah, probably just I want to do the behind enemy lines just kind of on the one-on-one, because I'm going to have a lot that I'm going to want to dive into with these guys when I get them on the channel. Or Chief, I'm not necessarily a cat guy. I've bullied dogs, but during the preseason, a little orange and black kitten have been coming over, and I've been feeding him salmon. Now we're homies. I call him Brandon. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, cats are tough, man. They'll steal your heart on it, man. You'll be like, oh, I'm not a cat guy. And then suddenly they get you. And both mine definitely did with me. I'm certainly a cat guy, but I like dogs too. I've had dogs too, War Chief. Ain't nothing wrong with dogs either. And for me, I do remember when DK got put on Bland, man. That's a great game against the Cowboys. Cool. Robin, thanks, Brandon. I thought that arm was obviously, but maybe he could go along with Grubb's staff, but I believe you. Grubb would be the kind of offensive coordinator that could help him, Robin, because what he needs is to have the thinking taken out of it. So having more of those easy throws scripted within would help him. And some of this basis I have with the arm strength and the processing just comes from years of evaluating these quarterbacks and seeing the quarterbacks that fail and the ones that succeed, seeing which quarterbacks can come forward in that processing department versus those ones that what they are is kind of what they are. They can get a little bit better in reading. They can get a little bit more improved in it. But if they come from a place of it being kind of a low-end spot to begin with, you're only taking it up so high. And you would think you could kind of develop it, but I just don't think you kind of really can as much. You just kind of got it or you don't a little bit. But the arm strength is undeniable with the kid. And he's got some mobility too with him. But that's kind of why I dropped in that draft too, Robin, I think too, is the evaluators also saw the same thing with him where I can't script everything up for you. I can't make everything easy for you. And that Tennessee offense does have a lot of that built within it and how it helps the quarterback up, make things really easy for them. It's very gimmicky a little bit as an offense. Certainly is not a pro style offense. And so a little bit of my worries with him on that, but he's a good player. Appreciate you. Old school Seahawk B, what's my favorite practice squad player? Undoubtedly for me, it's going to be George Holani because I thought he was really good for you in preseason. And I think that if he's a guy that you had to go throw out there for a game and say, hey, you're starting for us game, we're going to get you 15 touches in this game. I think he does something with those 15 touches. So Holani's the guy that I'd be most excited about. I love getting Marquise Blair onto the practice squad, that you have a guy there that is maybe not a guy that fit as much to the prior defense, but does fit to this defense with the skill set he brings. He can place him free. He can place him strong. You can move him all around at times. He can do a little bit of man coverage stuff. So I do like getting Marquise Blair back on board here. And maybe he's a few years removed from that major injury he suffered. Maybe he's able to get back a little more to closer to 100% of what he was prior to the injury. But Holani was awesome, old school Seahawk. That guy was really good in preseason and loved his tape coming out of Boise State, but really liked as well what he did with preseason. Rodney says, what's your guess on contract size for Cross when we eventually pay him, if we do? So if he goes out, some of it's the timing, Radu, because you have him technically for 2 years remaining on his rookie deal if you wanted to. And I mentioned that because that's then the leverage that goes back to the team. So he plays great this year. He gives you a Pro Bowl year. He says, I want to be paid. Team says, we still have you on a 2 years left remaining of the contract. So he can't come back and say, get me up in Laramie Tunsil territory right now. He can come up and say, pay me over $20 million, pay me $20 million, $22 million. But then the good part of that, Radu, then becomes the team can structure the deal, having that remaining time on it to where you can lower down the first year hit. You can spread the money out in a way to make it very, very feasible. It's that second contract he kind of gets, I think where he would be able to get more of push me up over 30 at that time if he's that player. But considering it would only be really 1 year of kind of semi-elite play at that point, despite that he's been steady, I think it would be about 22 and a half or so, 23 on average. But you take that first year base hit down to minimum, and it would be like a 4-year deal. So you'd be at 4-year, $90 million. You'd give him like $45 million in bonus, maybe. And then you end up structuring it down to like $14 million per on the bonus. So he ends up costing you like $13, $14 million the first year of the cap hit, if not a little bit lower, somewhere in that neighborhood. Map says, how do you think Grubb will get the best out of DK? Doesn't feel like DK has ever been elite as a purely physical Megatron type receiver. Doesn't win 50-50 balls as much as you would think. I guess this would be a good time to have some back and forth with you on that, because I do want to understand a little bit more of the perspective. And I bring this up because this is something that I'm faced with quite a bit as a bit of a question to me that's posed. That there's a little bit of DK so far off of Megatron. DK is not Megatron. DK is not in the territory of Megatron. The 50-50 balls, to a degree, I think, are valid in that he's not as good a 50-50 ball necessarily as Megatron. Are there things maybe he does better than Megatron, though, on the other side of it in route running? I think that there's a potential argument to be said for on that. That I think what I often hear with this map is that, well, he doesn't have the 50-50 ball ability of Calvin, so, he's quite far off of Calvin if we're trying to make any kind of comps to that. My point on this, and the reason I bring it up, and I'm going to bring and show you the stat right now, is I have presented this quite a bit, but I think it's worth, again, pointing out and showing. These are the numbers right here in front of you, Mab, for Megatron and DK Metcalf through the first 5 years of their career. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years of their career. That's not sample size. That's not a single season I'm cherry picking. This is their pure first 5 years of their career. DK has more receptions. Megatron has slightly more yards and slightly more touchdowns receiving. But by all accounts, these guys are having much more closer to the same start of their career than they're having a divergence difference to the start of their career. And so what I don't understand a little bit, Mab, is that I'll give you the 50-50 ball stuff, but at the end of the day, the guy's on the Megatron projection point of where he's going with his career. He's being, as John Schneider said today, dominant. That's where John said he saw him today at the end of his press conference today. So, in my opinion, he's already elite. Mab, he's already elite. And that you're not alone in bringing this up, by the way. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm going after you on this. This is something that is mentioned on my stream a lot by even Hawk fans. And I covered a little bit of this at the top of this map. Here's another statistic for you to kind of prove a bit of my point on this. If DK is not Megatron, if he's not this problem on the football field, if he doesn't put fear in the hearts of defenses every single week, map, wide receiver double team rates, I'm presenting right to you in front of you right now. By far, Justin Jefferson, number 1, no shocker there, right? Tyreek Hill, number 2, no shocker there. But DK Metcalf's 8. He's 8th in the double team rate at 25.6%. And he's there on a yearly basis, by the way. This wasn't just pursuant to last year. This is every single year you get it with him, Mab. So I've got the production that nearly equals to Calvin Johnson through 5 years. I've got him being doubled as high a rate as just about any wide receiver in the sport. How is he not already there elite? You were the 8th most efficient offense in the NFL, but your defense spent an extra game and a half on the football field last year, meaning they were an extra game and a half on the football field collectively by the total snap count that they were on the field. Your offense was then collectively a game and a half less on the football field collectively. So I think that I would push back a little bit on the thing that, he hasn't been maximized and been input. Can he be even more better maximized? Yes, he can. How will it be done? On the back of two main things. Number one, Map, actually making him a centerpiece in this offense. I'm posting this stat to you where I'm showing you the DK Metcalf Megatron deal. If you looked at the targets through those first 5 years, you'd come to find that Megatron was able to kind of build this off the back of the stat Padford stuff, wasn't he? That was a team that wasn't good through that time. That was a team that was playing from behind a lot, not running the ball as much, throwing the ball more attempts, more routes run, more throwing, more catching. Versus DK that's been playing at times on at least semi-winners, if not teams pushing for playoff contention times. More balanced in their approach. More trying to run the ball. Less of it being built on stat padfering and more on having to kind of get it legitimately. And so the way that it will work now to get this out more so this year, more than where he's even been, Map, is motion. You've never been putting DK in motion prior to the snap. You stick him on the outside as an X and you tell him to go make it happen. That's going to be the first thing. Second thing, make him a point of emphasis. Move him around and then actually make sure you get him 10 targets a game. Because these have been 2 points that they have completely ignored. We've had whole games, Map, where we've ignored him for 3 quarters, throw him a ball, he gets it 50 yards, and then we forget about him for another half a quarter before we go back to him again. Some of that is the double team rates. Some of that is the lack of imagination in how you use DK. Radu B, I'm afraid if we call up Polani and he balls out, we would have to sign him up. He's going to get snagged up. He might. I don't know if they eventually don't look to eventually go to 4 running backs anyway, Radu. Let's keep in mind with this that for most of John Schneider's history here, they've kept 4 running backs on the active roster at any one given time. So very highly unlikely that they're going to try to just roll with 3 running backs. For the culmination of the season, Radu, in addition to the fact when you consider this that our running back room tends to get beat up pretty well, so we tend to have to call in that depth anyway on top of this on a yearly basis. So if we're just going to play the odds, probably going to have to call him up at some point or another on that one. Calm Cal, thank you for the $20 donation. And we had multiple $20 donation drops today. You guys are amazing on those dono drops. And Calm Cal, I thank you for that on your first super chat. That's a hell of a way to kick off your first super chat, my man. Never donated to a streamer, YouTuber, but you are one that definitely deserves it. Just want to show a token of my appreciation. Thanks, man. Well, it's no small token of your appreciation on it. It's a really huge, big deal here. And it's a part that I want to reinforce with this because it's the part that has allowed me to do this full time. You make a little off certain other revenue points with doing this YouTube stuff. There's a little bit of ways to make little bits of other money in different spots. But the way that I'm able to do this full time, Calm Cow, the way I'm able to chase this dream is by the support and what you guys do on every one of these streams, whether it's a $2 donation, a $20 donation, or a $100 donation, whatever it is, it can be 50 cents. It is the cumulative of that allows me to do this at a full-time basis. And so I really, really do appreciate that because that's what allows this channel to be made to go is that kind of support. And otherwise, I'd be doing this on the side, trying to fit these videos in, and that'd be hellacious, trying to do that with a full-time job. It was brutal at first doing this channel, and it's really much more better to be able to do it full-time. But thank you, man. I really appreciate your donation and your support. It is no small thing. I will tell you that. And it's really, really appreciated. This is my dream to do this and be able to continue to do this for years in the future. And this is what will be allow me to do that. This is the kind of support that will allow me to be put in that position to get there. So thank you. Call him Cal. Very, very kind of you of that $20 donation. That's a lot to give out. I know a lot of you guys are struggling out there in this day and age too. The economy's not in the greatest of shape worldwide around. So I know it's no small thing, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Warchie says, yeah, Brandon, this cat is super cute. My bullies are not feeling it though, laughing out loud. But the cat's just like, I'm going to stay over here 10 feet away and let you bark your head off. I'm good. They can get comfortable with the barking stuff eventually on it. Yeah, they eventually go, you ain't doing nothing. And bulldogs, what are they going to do? You know, they're going to bark, 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 bark. You ain't going to do nothing. Come on now. But they'll win your heart. Careful, War Chief. You let them in, they'll find their way in. Yeah, how many more targets did Megatron have? That's right. Megatron, with them playing from behind, had many more of those targets to get to that level of production that he did so. And that's the part to consider with this on that. And that's the part where I go to on it saying, look, these guys are having kind of the start. This is why I'm such a big DK backer. So I'm like, look, we're basically having Megatron 2.0 start to his career. And yet we have some people that will come back into my chat at times on a show by show basis, telling me that he's underperforming or that we've got to move him or that they're not happy with him or that he's got more to prove. And my feeling on it is I just don't think that's the case. I think he's proven it so many ways. Zach says Megatron had another 57 targets in those 5 seasons as well. There we go. Thank you for looking that up, Zach. Lou says those stats are so equal. It's nuts he doesn't get national respect. Prediction is this will be a breakout season under Grubb. Blows my mind. Blows my mind, as I say. And the reason it blows my mind is that when you look at Calvin Johnson in Detroit through those first 5 years, a Detroit team that wasn't good during that time, all that, like I always ask this question, what do you think the percentage of those fans in Detroit were clamoring for him to be traded or were saying there was more for Calvin to do or more he needed to get done? And I've made the argument here that it was 0%. You probably find 0% of fans in that city saying that, and yet I cannot say the same thing about my fellow Seahawks fan contingent. In doing this show for a couple of years, every time there's even just one little penalty on him in a game, I get my chat filled with people that just lose their mind a little bit on this, and I just don't. It's the one place I really don't get in doing this show at times when I get the pushback from certain people that want to go that route with it, where I'm like, why would you want to trade Calvin Johnson? He's not 32, 33 years old. The guy's 26. Why? Having the best start for a receiver in Seahawks history. Why? He blocks like a demon. Why? And they've got their reasons. I will say that. It's not without reason on what they say with it. I just feel like sometimes the reasons on it are very thin versus the production you get on from what he brings. Dirk, if DK was the featured receiver in the offense the Megatron was, then they would have probably had the same numbers, honestly. You're 100% right there, Dirk. Another great point. Because 5 of the first 6 seasons that DK has been here, or 4 of the 5 seasons DK has been here on this to put this production up, Tyler Lockett has been the most targeted receiver on the team. And why is that? Because DK Metcalf gets doubled as much as any wide receiver in the sport. And if you're going to be one of the highest double-teamed wide receivers in the sport and you don't operate out of the slot and your team doesn't move you in motion, then there's going to be natural times you're removed over the course of the play by the read progression of the quarterback because quarterbacks don't have a tendency to throw into double coverage. And so it's a little bit of a logical thing you got to kind of go down the line on with DK a bit to come to the really full understanding of who he is and what he is as a player. Gibson says, I think around the NFL, DK gets his respect. It's become more divisive amongst Seahawks fans. Yes, indeed. I agree. Isaac, I heard in an interview that DK was asking Bobo for advice on how to block better during training camp. He's still getting better and learning. We still haven't even glimpsed DK's potential ceiling yet. Great stuff, you guys. Awesome. Awesome stuff on that front of it. Old school Seahawk, hydrate, my brother. I'm trying. Janeth Kumar, thank you for the $10 donation, Janeth. I really appreciate you for doing that. It's good to see you in the house too, my man. Longtime supporter of the channel, and always good to see these names in here who've been here for so very long on top of the sports you guys do bring. He says, go Hawks and go Brandon. Well, thank you for that, Janeth. I appreciate you for that. Good to see you, and thank you for that support. You guys are amazing on that. I've long said I get to do this at kind of a low level of the channel versus I think others that would be at my same level that I know of guys that have even more subs than I have that aren't able to do this full time. And it's you guys that have allowed this door to open in this way for me, as I say. And I say it as much just to make sure you guys know I appreciate it and I understand it. And that it's you guys that bring not only to ask you to have to watch, but that you put support on top of it is a big ask on my part. No small thing. Nick, is Dalvin Cook on the Cowboy practice squad? I think I saw something like I did see a movement of him going somewhere. I didn't quite see where he went, though. That sounds right. He didn't get much run last year, though. Yeah, Cowboys are signing him. Isaac says, this is listener supported, y'all. That's how we get Be Unfiltered. Show the love and support, at least with a like and subscribe. Well, that's a great reminder of that as well. Please, if you can't support, at least do hit that like or subscribe up. That part is very important as well in helping me out. Hitting that like gets me out in the algorithm, helps me show up. Appreciate you for reminding me on that, Isaac. And thank you, man. Indeed it is. Dallas Power, can you do Deadpool versus Wolverine arguing to sign CD? I would have traded him. You would have traded CD, huh? Now the price starts to get high on these receivers, doesn't it, Cowboy, at that $33, $34 million level. It does get hard, though, too, where you go, man, the guy's done all he can do to earn that payday. And so I get that the price definitely hurts on that one, but he did earn it. And the hard part, too, with those receivers is if you do move them in a trade, like we saw with A.J. Brown a couple of years ago, you're only going to really get back a first-round pick. It's hard to get back the commensurate return of value because the wide receivers are so strong every year in every single draft class for the most part. But yet you have to pay the good ones when they're at the top end. We're going to be crossing the same bridge ourselves, little Dallas Cowboy, at DK in a year from now. Mab says he's just so physically imposing, but plays surprisingly small when the ball's in the air. I guess I just know there is more in there, and it feels like he's almost ignored in past schemes. Well, the last part you said, I'm 100% fully agree with you on the last part, and I'm partially there with you even on the first part of what you said there, Mab. So it's a bit of both on this for me. I don't want to take away from your point because it's the right one at the part. When it comes to high pointing the ball, Calvin Johnson was absolutely great at understanding how to get to the highest point of the ball, to attack it, use his length to the maximum, and be able to then reel in those catches. And that in DK, I would give you that's not as much his skill there at that forefront. That's something that in him I don't think is something that he can just call upon like Calvin could. I think that there's maybe some other things we can look at with DK, like DK with his run after the catch, I think is probably better than Calvin. There's some other things in there with it too, but that part I think is a fair criticism to put there. And it is hard to say at times on this if it's necessarily just fully something missing from his game, because you do mention a part about the scheme on this map. I've mentioned this story, and I know I've mentioned it a lot, but it's pertinent to this discussion. There is this story that Brandon Marshall brings up about throwing down by the goal line, because I think a lot of the poor throws you see with DK, where he doesn't oftentimes get the chance to make the throws on those trust balls, on those contested throws where he's got a Massa guy. You see it down by the goal line on the fade throws. And I remember the story coming from Brandon Marshall talking about how him and Russell were at one point on a practice field when Marshall was here working on fade throws down there and working on a certain type of way they were throwing the fade ball. And Pete Carroll came down there and he said, stop doing it that way. Throw the fade the same way you did when we had Jimmy Graham. Throw the fade to Brandon Marshall like you did in how you threw it to Jimmy Graham. And Russ really pushed back, and him and Carroll had a little bit of an argument on the field about it. This is recounted directly from Brandon Marshall himself, by the way. And so maybe I've often wondered that in watching the last couple of years, remembering that story and having kind of spin through my brain a little bit, Mab, of going, is that still something that might be impacting why we see some of these throws down by the goal line in the red zone so bad, where there's no chance for the receiver to even make a play on it? But this is the part that we are going to learn now going forward. And again, on the last point you made, it's absolutely right. The past schemes did not do their best to maximize this player. You stuck DK on the outside as an X receiver, press coverage every single time. You have the free safety over the top more often than not to be the bracket man. And that's just going to make it harder for a wide receiver. First, being able to move him in the slot, put him in motion prior to the slot to remove the press coverage concept of the play coming into play. So he's going to be better this year. And I think it's going to be even more breakout than ever there, Mab. I do. I'm thinking a 1,400-yard season, 13 touchdowns. And maybe at that point he'll kind of fully claim that spot of people, really realizing what he's been. And some of the thing I'm talking to you about on this isn't just what you're saying with the Mab. It's more of just what I'll hear from an average Hawk fan too as I do the show on kind of a show-by-show basis on some of the criticism I'll hear on him. Hawkeye, do the Broncos think they can beat us? Yes. They're talking themselves into it right now already 2 weeks out. And pretty confidently and comfortably for a team going on the road with a rookie quarterback, might I say. I'd have a lot more like, we could possibly do this. There's a little bit of this like, we got it kind of thing going on. Jay's Dangerous says JSN might help open DK up a little bit this year also. I would think he might, for sure. I certainly think you're getting a lot of opportunities where if you're going to bend that coverage, and we saw a few times JSN last year able to do this, where coverage bends to DK, you have JSN in the slot, JSN the runs basically that skinny post up the field. The same play he ran in the Browns game this last week, where you're able, as Geno's be able to identify, and he didn't do it because of the bracket coverage on DK last week. They did it because Browns brought the blitz. So it served the same function for JSN to get freed up on the 9 on the little skinny post there. But that's where you're going to be able to see JSN really take off, because you remove the safety over the top and he's got a freebie going up the, just going straight up that line. He's going to beat that guy just about every time. And Geno can fit that ball in there like he showed in that Browns game. And I think JSN's going to have a really good year too. I think they work really well off of each other with their skill sets. Zach says DK is a top 5 wide receiver talent-wise. People will stop hating after this year when he is one of the best wide receivers this year. Amen. Amen. Ryan says Broncos fans really think Knicks will beat the Hawks. Crazy. Yeah, it's rookie. Look at the recent history just in general on rookie quarterbacks starting their first game. We'll rerun through it again, and we did it about a week ago on this, but it ain't pretty. It's what you'd expect. It's guys a little in over their head. Guys, the game looks really fast. It's a lot of that. Morgan Barclay, Calvin loved to get tackled at the 1-yard line. Yeah, he did. The engine would just run out. He gets about the 7 or 8 yard line, it just starts getting some fumes coming out the back of that exhaust. Janeth, thank you for the $20 donation and the double dip dono at that. Man, Janeth, very kind of you for that support. I really appreciate that. Caught Jesse Stream. He's a great guy. No doubt about that. Jesse over there at the Last Second Sports runs a great channel on his end of it. And he's been doing a good job of covering this Niner action, which has been probably some tough action to cover here, both off of a Super Bowl loss and then all of these protracted contract negotiations that seem to never end. But he's been holding up his end of the bargain on that side of it. No doubt about that. He says, caught Jesse Stream, but the Niners fans are spoiled, negative bunch that really behave like they're paying Ayuk out of their pocket. Ours is the best community by far, and I love being a 12. Oh, let's go, Janet. Let's go. And the Niners fans, I think, are a little bit in that turmoil state a bit right now, and I think that they sort of sense a little bit of this. You're reading and it's not causing them, to your point on that, Janet, to react in necessarily a real positive way to it. But they've had another brutal Super Bowl loss. And it's not just the 2 Super Bowl losses. It's going to all of these conference championships games and then falling short in those games in addition to it. And that does a lot to just kind of beat on you as not just a player, but as a fan in that. Where would the Bills fans' spirits have been in the early 90s after they went through 4 Super Bowl losses? Or the Eagles after they went through all those conference championships but fell short with Andy Reid there? You get to a stage where they probably get pretty toxic and in their feelings and start having some weird takes, like you're saying, where they're getting mad at Ayuk because he's not living up to the dream of it a bit on that with that side of it. And but just in general, I think the overarching thing that's happening here, Janet, is you're at the end of what's already been a protracted Super Bowl run, and you have you're on the precipice of a new season. And things are not smoothly going right now. And this season looks like kind of the final windowed season for you to get the Super Bowl run out. After this year, you're $40 million of dead money in debt. You got to pay Brock Purdy. And that's before you've done anything with the Ayuk or the Trent Williams contracts. And I think that they're sensing that end is near. And yet they're being robbed of sort of that final season, Janeth, of hope, right? Like, well, we can get maybe that last final, it's like the last dance thing in Chicago with the Bears. We get our last dance. Our last final run to go and firmly see if we can finally click it through. If Kyle can finally solve his collapse syndrome stuff that he has going on. And it looks to them right now, I think, Janet, like it's highly unlikely because Trent Williams has missed all of training camp and Ayuk as well. And that you don't really have the money to pay them. And maybe you only have the money to pay one, but not the other. And then how does that go? And if you don't have either of them going through this year, where does that put the team? And this goes in addition to some other stuff I think there in Janet that have been kind of dark as well, where the Niners have had so many injuries through training camp. Their first round pick, Ricky Pearsall's got the subluxation of his shoulder, which is one that's a kind of a weird injury. And maybe he was sort of had it when they drafted him, we're hearing. And, he's wearing the don't hit me at practice jersey, meaning it doesn't seem like it's really close necessarily for him being able to get out there on that football field and play with it. And so I think if you took all those factors, if I was a Niner fan right now and we're looking a week out from playing the Jets, I'm very concerned right now that we've already hit the end of the Super Bowl run. The window just sort of slammed shut with these two Williams and Ayuk negotiations. And, they've had a good run of it. And I think you're right in that, you guys got close. I think it is brutal for him though too, Jeneth. I think there's almost nothing more brutal as a fan, almost in any sport, in that in football, it's especially so hard with the parity throughout the league that to go through the process where every year you reset to 0 and grind your way up that mountain. And it's that video game, Janeth. What's the one where you're the climber guy? You got the little the rake thing, and you just slowly rake yourself up the thing. And you see these gamers doing it, and they get up to the top, and they one little thing, and then they slide all the way back to the bottom. And you have that happen for 5-6 straight years. That's where I go. You're right about a little bit on the spoiled part, where there's a little bit of a spoiled thing there too. But there's also the brutality of coming so close so many times, resetting every single year and building back up to that spot and then just right back to the bottom versus we had our good run and we're piss poor and then got back up to great, where you're a little more not as so close all the time. But I think that they're sensing it, Janeth. I think that there's that underlying sense at play here of you want a certain feeling getting into the season. You want your team in a certain state from a health standpoint. You want all gears clicking into place. You want the chemistry to be right. You want your leaders to emerge. And you just want that sense to be there as you're getting into the season. And right now with the Niners, I think you just feel like you get a sense of that stuff's not really in place right now. That stuff feels like it's sliding more apart than it's sliding together. And if that happens in this very competitive division and in NFC, Janeth, that's going to be better this year than it's been recently, might mean that window comes shut just a little faster, a little quicker. Hand Grenade says, I'm sure Bo is better than Russ right now. Probably. Two very different quarterbacks in what they do as well. And what Bo does suits really much better to what Peyton wants than what Wilson does. Radio says, it's kind of annoying seeing people calling players little babies for not wanting to play without money security. At the end of the day, what do they play for besides the love of the game? Money. Yeah, and they risk their bodies and their livelihood out there. Let me show you something. And I think this is one thing I'd always like to probably show to somebody that wants to bring up taking discounts. And I'm going to not say this is like fully on not safe for work stuff here kind of thing, but just, if you've eaten something recently, probably just avert your eyes. I can find the damn thing here. These photos, you always got to pull them off and rip them offline, and then you got to resave them back up because they it's not saved in the right thing. Where's it at? Oh, there we go. Okay. Here we go. So if you're ever a person that's sitting there saying this guy should take a discount for us, that's what should happen here is that he needs to understand this is for the team. He needs to take a few million less. This is Alex Smith's leg after all of his surgeries. Have a good look at this. That's currently Alex Smith's leg right now. For probably about 15 different surgeries and everything else. And yeah, was his an extreme case as to what happened to him? Yeah, it was an extreme case. But this is a brutal sport. And you can have not only your livelihood of the sport taken and removed from you, but you can lose your ability to have a fully functioning life after playing the sport based on the injuries that you have. Some guys get through clean, some guys don't. But when it comes to getting paid, in this sport, you can't fault guys for trying to get every last dollar bill that they can because it is such a short career and the price that you have to pay is so heavy. I don't think baseball players come out of their careers with their guaranteed contracts with as much pain that they have to deal with as you get from football players and what they deal with. So it is something I agree, Rod, we should always be hesitant to say these guys shouldn't go out and get what they need to go out and get. And if you've outperformed your contract and you deserve to get paid, then you deserve to get paid. That's the way this works. And leverage is what's going to dictate everything in the day, whether you get paid or not. And in this case of like a Brandon Ayuk, he's got some leverage here where he can sit out for the first 10, 11, 12 games of the season, come back halfway through the year, get his year of accumulated playing time, and then go and be a free agent after this year. And the Niners, with the dead money that they're dealing with next year, would have nothing that they could do about that. And that may be the way that this plays out at this point. So, yeah, you can't fault them. It's especially the non-guaranteed contracts. I mean, this is the one sport, I think, when you look at the pro player that you go, I'm going to give this guy a little bit more room on this one because basketball contracts, guaranteed. Baseball contracts, guaranteed. Football contracts, not guaranteed. And they don't make the same money that those guys make. It's like a 1-2 punch. Press on. B, if Seattle loses week 1, what do you think the reasons would be for the loss? The Broncos would be able to come in and be able to run the ball with some good effectiveness. The Bo Nix would be able to use his legs in addition to the run game. I think the combination of Bo Nix's legs and the Broncos running game, we would see that they probably ran for like 175 yards. And that we'd be really looking at that as sort of at the forefront of how they got it done. More than Bo Nix went out there and threw for 350. They just kind of were able to sort of just wear you down in that. And as we've seen in the last couple of years, Prezon, with this defense, one of the big weakness points that you have is, of course, in stopping the run. One of the places that is the big spots for Mike McDonald to fix up and get handled here is going to be in stopping the run. So I would say that that's probably at the forefront of what happened to lose week 1. You probably have a special teams blunder. Offensively, there's probably a bit of a mixed bag from Grubb's system in what you're doing, where you're putting up some points, but you have some maybe holy stretches of the game where you go a little bit quiet. But I think at the first heart of it, President, I'd go to more of the run game would be effective for the Broncos, that they would just find good footing with the run game. They'd control the clock. They'd keep the Hawks offense off the field and convert the third downs. Nix could use his legs at times to convert those third downs. I think that'd be the way it would go down. Swole Cole, I drafted DK and K9, and hopefully they bring me a championship. Swole Cole, I drafted DK in my league. I've got a hell of a receiving core. I got Justin Jefferson, Marvin Harrison, DK Metcalf as my 1, 2, 3 receivers. So I'm hoping my receivers are going to carry it through. Janet, I think the Rams are taking another step forward with Whittingham. Jordan Whittingham, he led them in receptions and I think yards in the preseason. The kid out of Texas there, Janet, and he does seem to have found his footing on that roster. And another guy like we've seen with some of the guys that we had here in preseason, when a guy balls out like that, sort of how do you not keep him on the roster at that point unless you just have such a stacked receiving core that there's just no room for him. And right now the Rams don't necessarily have a stacked receiving core. Morgan says we should play some of the Super Bowl tape before the game versus Denver as a gentle reminder of the Super Bowl beatdown. Can't hurt, right? It couldn't hurt. Just saying. No, Cowboys, stop talking about DK. We need T.O. Roddy says, God, if we do bad, the panic will probably be worse than with Carroll. The chat will be interesting. I'm going to be, I think at times, if it doesn't go perfectly good and true through this year, spending a lot of psychologist time here on the couch with some of the folks in the chat this year. Because I think there is going to be those folks that are looking for the fast returns. And if they don't get it, then this thing was a failure. And we should have stayed with Carroll and da-da-da. And I'll be just going, chill. We're good. Give it some time. Mab says, how do you feel about the linebacking core? T-Dot has been great in the preseason. Excited to feel the impact at the level of defense. Dotson, to your point, is a guy not to sell out on or to forget about, because he's a guy that is not just sort of overachiever, back-end roster guy that was able to have a good few games with the Bills last year and get his way to becoming a starter for us. He was a guy that was stuck behind on the depth chart behind some very good linebackers with the Bills. And I would relate it a little bit, potentially, if you want to take a kin to this, Mab. Let's go back to the Denver team a couple of years ago. And I believe at that time you had Von Miller and Bradley Chubb as your two edge players. And a player by the name of Shaquille Barrett just could not seem to bump into the starting lineup there. And he had to wait through his rookie contract because they had both of those edge rushers throughout his rookie contract to go be a free agent, signs with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then he really takes off when he's put into that full-time role. I think Toddson could have a similar kind of ascension from the inside linebacker position because he was dealing with some of the same parameters that Barrett was dealing with the Broncos. And in regards to the linebacking core in general, love the outside linebacker edges, especially your 3-stack with Uchenna, Boye, and Derek. I think that's a good 3-stack to spin through. Inside linebacker Dotson, I feel good. Outside of Dotson, it's a little more question mark. Baker's good enough if he can be healthy. I do like Tyrese Knight and his development through this preseason, and that makes me feel a lot more firmer about the footing here that Knight was able to have the preseason he did have. So overall, good about it. Like long-term, Knight now is a potential starter down there because both of the two guys you got, Mab, are on one-year contracts, and Dotson and Baker. So you needed to get some development there for the future too. And they have. Greg says, Brandon, with Megatron, people tend to forget he was a very jump ball dependent, which is why his catch percentage was very low every year, and his route running during his career was mostly slants, posts, goes, and comebacks. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Is that we all see the catches, to your point, Greg, we all see the catches of Megatron on those jump balls, but we don't see the misses that you could have put in there too as well, like you see that contribute to that low catch percentage. And to my eyes, and if I watch both of these two guys as route runners, I do think that DK Metcalf's a better route runner. Is Calvin a better high pointer? Yeah, but I do think that DK is a better route runner between the two. He can run a little more of an expansive route tree, I think, to your point on this as well, Greg, than what Megatron was able to run. Mab says, do you think we might have been interested in Ernest Jones? Probably not, Mab, because if you trade for him, you're going to have to pay him. I think the Titans are going to probably come down within about a week or two of this deal and end up giving Ernest Jones a contract extension for a huge amount of money. And I don't know if Seattle was in a position to want to do that with him. Because it's a bit dicey when you trade for a player not in-house and then you have to pay for him. We did this with Jamal Adams. And you just get a little bit nervous kind of going down that road. The other part of this map is even if you were interested in him, I don't think there's any way the Rams would have traded him within the division, especially when they were giving him up for basically a 5th or 6th round pick. That's just, you wouldn't tend to see those kind of trades in that way. Redeem Patriot. You can have the best players out there, but the coaches have to form them into a strong, cohesive unit called a team. Indeed. That's the final part we're going to learn about this coaching staff to see if they're able to bring that to play, Redeemed. Yamo, don't think we will suck. We're not rebuilding. It's a retool. Pete Carroll was part of the Hawks just as much as Russell Wilson was. When it's time to go, it's time to go. We didn't see a drop-off from Russ, so maybe we won't from Pete. Great points, Yamo. I think that you're right about essentially the rebuilding spot is the best point of what you made in that. But look, we started our rebuild 3 years ago. When you traded Russ, that was the beginning of the rebuild. You ate $50 million of dead money on your books. You moved off bad contracts. You hit the reset button. You got to the playoffs. You had a successful rebuild year, but did not make it a rebuild year. It was. And you're 2 years through that process now. You're into the point now where that talent, you've planted the seeds. You've gotten the fish fertilizer put over the top. You got the Instagrow stuff in there. And now the seeds have broken the ground. And it might be the time that they're ready to go and bloom. Isaac says, man, who could have seen the parasol in round 1 thing not working out? It was one of my favorite points of the celebration on draft day of the first round is to be able to finish off that first round with us stealing Byron Murphy. And then the Niners finish it off by taking Parasol. Where it's like, oh, yes. Oh, chef's kiss. Thank you. Nicholas says, people said we never even make it to a Super Bowl, and then we did, and we got cheated. Then they said we would never get back to the Super Bowl. And we annihilated a Hall of Fame quarterback and his team. Haters always going to hate. That's right, babe. Let's go, Nick. Pat Mahoney. Brandon, first off, love your in-depth breakdowns. Could you comment on how you see the D-line formations and rotations playing out? I'm also curious what big body is worthy of backing up Hankins. Great questions all the way around, Pat Mahoney, and thank you for the kind words. In addition to that, I think the defensive line formations, and I'm not trying to hedge here or not answer your question on it, but I think that they're going to move everybody all over the place. Leonard Williams has said that he's played in 6 different techniques throughout the offseason alone and where they've aligned him all the way out to the edge. So there's going to be looks at times where you might have Byron Murphy as an edge and Leonard Williams as an edge, and you go big inside, especially if you think it's going to be a rundown. And the alignments are also a little bit odd in where they structure these guys. You know, you'll take one edge in this alignment at times, you'll move him as a wide 9 on the weak side of the formation. You'll take the other 3 guys and stack them almost shoulder to shoulder to the weak side of the formation on the other far side of the line of scrimmage, where you have this hole, and you're doing it on passing downs at times. You'll run then the stack fronts off of that. So much of the alignment change, Pat, comes from the part that they're going to run blitzes behind the alignments. And so now alignments can be anywhere because they want to put those rushers into those gaps prior to the snap to get the offenses to think they're coming, whether they do or they don't. This means you are moving kind of everybody everywhere, even to the point, Pat, I had snaps I pulled off of the All-22 tape in preseason of Boye Mafe at times as a slot corner, Boye Mafe at times as a will linebacker blitzing over the A gap. So when I say that everybody can be everywhere, that was not a look you would have seen from either of those two from Mafe last year. He would have been strictly kind of that edge player. But now you are going to see him, I think, rotated all the way through. I think technically speaking, Jaron Reed is your starting 1 tech, and then Haskins is your backup to that. And then Cameron Young, once he comes off of IR, is your reinforcements for the ranks. But the team is, I think, going to hope that they can go with 3 guys at the nose. So you can go Jaron Reed, Hankins, and then we saw in preseason, they had a lot. Anytime the Byron Murphy was out there, almost every snap was being made from the nose tackle position. So he becomes then that 3rd guy, and then Cameron Young is the 4th guy that eventually comes off of IR if you need the help in the reinforcements at that point for the nose tackle position. But outside of, both in Jaron Reed and Byron Murphy's case, they're going to be playing 3 tech too there, Pat. They're going to be aligned into 3 tech. There was the snap that Byron Murphy got for the almost sack that he got against the Chargers. He's starting that play out as technically a defensive end. He's in a 4-eye technique prior to that snap before he runs the stunt inside. So totally, I swear I'm not answering your question on it. That's what they're going to do with these guys is everybody's going to be moved everywhere along that line of scrimmage. A lot of it is being paired with how you're sending the blitzers up there. And you're just giving these offenses looks that they're not used to. And then there's typically a guy that's hand in the dirt here, but I've got 2 guys standing up over that gap instead. And these guys are up over here, and you're just forcing them in that process to try to figure it out then. But it will confuse, I'll tell you that, Pat. Yamo, I'm not worried about the Rams as much because of the loss of Aaron Donald. You just can't replace that in a season. He was the cause of all of our losses. You could say that in Donald's career, he was the most impactful defensive player of his generation for a 10-year period, and that there was no team that he put under the knife more often than your Seattle Seahawks. I think that's I would 100% agree with that. And that him leaving is then providing the biggest boon to us of any team out there. It's also a bit like, when Jason Peters talks about, Jason Kelsey would talk about the fact that Eagle team had success against Aaron Donald, and they say, yeah, we doubled him every time. Every play. Double. And of course, that was the big missing thing with Donald here in Seattle. It's just, you would not double the guy. Not consistently. $11-5 says Lou. I'm on it. I'm at 11-5 as well right now. Or Chief, in fantasy football, the 2 highest running backs are Bijan Robinson and Kenneth Walker. They're going to have 2 good years, I think. Greg Brandon with DK, I think people obsess over jump balls and forget his gift. What makes him special is being 240 pounds running a 4.33, and he's been running past people since high school, so he never need jump balls. It's true on that point of it. And yeah, it's that people want sometimes that full meal deal, and they'll get caught up on maybe what a guy doesn't have exactly at the ends of his game. but then you're losing all of the meat that's between that and what he supplies, and all across the board in those other areas. And with DK, he's not a one-trick pony. He doesn't just bring deep attacking ability to play. There's so many things that he brings on top of that, and we could go down the list. And it's part of why I celebrate him as a player. It's part of why he's my favorite player on this team right now and has been for the past couple of years. He shows up every week. He plays through injury. He's a complete player. He does the most with what you give him, and you sometimes don't always make him a feature point of the attack. He's having as good a start to the receiving position as any player in Seahawks history. He's got over 500 yards receiving in the playoffs, despite the fact he's only played in 3 playoff games. So when it's the game's on the line, when you need him, he shows up. The Minnesota Viking game winner. The Rams, game winner. Last year against the Redskins, 2 big catches up the field to get you in a position to get the game winner. The game against the Eagles, where he rips an interception out of the hands of the defender to get a completion on the play and then comes back and wins on a 9 route the very next play after that. When you need it, when the game's on the line, the final drive of the game, when you got to go score. Now, there's so many things he brings to that table on it that is why I do celebrate him in the way that I do celebrate him. Greg says, Brandon, also with DK, I think people don't realize how he's never been used right going back to high school when he was only played on the right side of the field and in college only played on the left side of the field. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Very, very used in a very certain boxed up way to a degree. And especially when it comes to Greg used on the outside, because I've been making the point, when you're used on the outside and you're used at the pro level, to your point on this, Greg, outside is an X. The Z gets to be a yard off the line of scrimmage behind the line of scrimmage. So the Z gets about a step to get off the press coverage. The X has to be on the line of scrimmage. So he's got to be right up there in the press. So why does a guy like Jadarius Ward able to maximize that press against DK and do the hack-a-shack and pulling and ripping through the first 9 yards of the route? Because he's already up there in press on DK, and DK's right up in his face at the snap. What happens if you put some snaps there with DK at the Z? What if you put some snaps with DK in motion? And you remove that part of their ability to go after him in that way. And that's where his impact starts to rise with it, I think. Yamo, Brando, what side of the ball do you think will be our strength to start the season? Offense. I think the defense is going to take some time to work out the kinks. But the offense is so talented, so good, and there's so many easy advantages to take advantage of for Grubb right off the jump that I think that's the one that stands out to me where you're going to see some really good play. Not to mention the offensive line ratcheted up, I think, a little bit. Roddy B, what is the most unique down you've seen by McDonald so far, Raven or Seahawk? B, what's the most unique down? Can you expand on that, Radu, on what you mean on that question? I'm not sure what you mean. What is the unique down I've seen? Like a unique play, you mean, on that? If you mean unique play, I think watching last year, there was a play against us, the Ravens did, where they zone dropped their 2 defensive tackles. I've not seen that before. So they stacked us up on the box and they dropped the 2 nose tackles to the center of the field in coverage. That was weird. If that was your question on that. It worked though. Greg says, Brandon, your point of thinking DK is a better route runner than Megatron. Patrick Peterson said DK is closer to Julio Jones, and DK is also better at releases to me, which is his most underrated skill. Agreed. He's got some underrated footwork off the line of scrimmage where he can get those big street flappers up and down real quick in place and kind of be able to give the corner a little bit of extra sauce there off the rip to get free off the line of scrimmage. I agree with you. Everything you said on that, I'm with it. Yeah. And I think he's a little sharper in his route running, a little more precise. I think your points too about the heavy reliance with Calvin Johnson on more of those deep kind of 50-50 trust balls was a little bit more of what you would see with his game a bit too. Playoff DK is built different, ran the cut. That's right. Maximus, how will we run the ball more yet feed the receivers? What is your breakdown of percentage of run pass and tight ends and throwing to the running backs? It is a more heavier passing attack, Maximus. It was a 70-30 split over the past 2 years at UW with Grubb. I don't know if you're going to be that extreme on your pass to run rate, but you're probably passing about 65% of the time with Grubb's offense. And so that's going to allow a good number of targets for the receivers on the outside, certainly. But that does maybe pull off some of the maybe attempts for the running backs over the course of the game, unless you're dealing with a lead and you're doing more of the draining of the clock. From a tight end perspective, I believe that Fance averaged about 400 yards receiving from a tight end standpoint the past couple of years each season. I would put him more up into probably 650 to 750 yards receiving this year, because he's put up the production he did the past couple of years, Maximus, while you've targeted the middle of the field at the 30-second rate. You're not going to target the middle of the field at the 30-second rate. We saw in preseason already much more of a willingness to go at the middle of the field. That to me means that you're going to see heavier targeting to the tight ends because of that. And this does match to what Grubb did last year, Maximus, where even a guy like Westover, who was at times kind of the second tight end there on UW, sometimes he'd be the number one, but they would do certain sets where they'd have the other guy that went to an NFL team here in the draft. I forget his name, but he'd be out there as kind of the main guy at times too. And he still had more catches and more yards than Fant did last year. And let's keep that in mind, Maximus. That's with him playing less games than Fant. That's also with him in an offense that had Odunzie, McMillan, Polk, Dylan Johnson in the backfield, and yet still more catches, more yards. So it's one of the beautiful parts about Grubb's system is that he finds I don't know how he does it really. At times with UW, I could not figure it out, of how he finds a way to just sort of evenly distribute the ball all the way around where everybody's getting touches over the course of a game. Everybody ends up getting their targets and their touches, where you don't feel like he's forgetting about this playmaker that was over here. They always end up coming back around to the guys, which also then makes him so much harder at times this is that whole thing about leaning in a direction one way or the other defensively against a Grubb offense. It's hard to do so when he's so willing to hit you everywhere on the field and work every player on the field and make it a point of emphasis. Yamo says we need to get DK a lot of slot reps like Shoddy was doing in 2020 season. I know we have GSN and Lock, but DK in the slot would be unstoppable, especially if GSN takes a step forward. Agree? And you are going to see him in the slot this year, Yamo. 100%. 100%. Radu, yes, sir. All right, there we go. I thought that's what you were meaning on that. That one was wild for me to watch, Radu. I've never seen that one. I've seen teams drop one defensive tackle. I've seen teams drop a defensive tackle and then an edge off the other side into the flat. But to drop the 1 and the 3 tech back like this, and then how do you predict that from an offensive strategy standpoint? You set up your line protections. You're like, we got to block one of these big dogs. And you end up post snap with maybe 3 linemen going like this. And then they're scrambling to get to those blocks. And he brought the pressure then off the extreme edges, because that's what McDonald does a lot of, is that he doesn't rock necessarily just the wide 9 with the guys is off the edge. I was showing this play earlier, which was my play call of the week from this past game. And I have to bring it all back up again here. And in this play call, you saw it on there where he just brings from one side, gets you bought into that one side, comes from a different direction, and he will stretch those edges out so far, the blitzer's coming off the edge, that he's pulling those tackles far out of their stance. He's making them wide set out. And in their wide set, you create up those more natural open gaps for your blitzers to get through. Or can you imagine some 5'10" nickel looking across the line at the slot position and seeing DK Metcalf? He'll start shaking. Yeah, not a fun day if I'm a 175-pound soaking wet slot that's got DK that's just lined up in front of me. Seahawks Gaming, stay on the move more. That's how you get your receivers and backs involved. Amen. Yamo, we need to see Trey Brown lock it down. He was rotating heavy with Mike Jack, and nobody could solidify that role. Yep. Some of that's the tackling with them. Some of that's also that you want to play so much zone in the prior defense. This defense will be willing to play more man and more press, which fits more into Trey Brown's skill set. All right. Well, we've crossed 4 hours here on the stream today. I meant to do just as a quick stream, and we ended up going a little bit past that. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of a button on this as we got to about 10 o'clock here tonight, and I'm getting a little bit hungry here, so I'm going to go get some food here on my side of it. So get the last couple of comments, questions in here, and then we'll call it a day. Sal says, I'm sure DK's paying attention to all these receivers getting the paid, so I know he's going to ball the out for the bag. Yeah, he's going to do all he can. He knows there's a lot of money on the line this year. If he can put up that 1,500 yard season, he can come back and say, give me that $35 million per. And somebody's going to pay it at that point. That's for sure. That is for sure. Brian Blank in the house. What's up, man? Good to see you. Orchie says, but in DK's defense, maybe this is just his agent. It's because DK said himself he doesn't pocket watch. He doesn't worry about what other guys are getting paid. I believe him. I believe that is his agent. Yeah. He was good about the last contract, too. I thought DK did a good job. Remember, he didn't press it to the nth degree like he could have. His buddy A.J. Brown got traded and got paid $25 million per. He's the next man up. Theoretically, he should get even a little bit more over what AJ got, 25.5. DK ended up signing for 23.5. So DK, I don't want to say he took some huge discount last time, but he didn't hold us over the bed either in the same way of like what a Brandon Ayuk guy is doing to the Niners right now. And so, that comforts me to believe that they'll be able to find some common ground here on a contract this next season if he does go out there and ball in the way that I'm expecting he's going to. Brian says, Brandon, do you think George Fant can start 17-plus games this season? I think he could. He's getting older, and he's got his share of injury worries that you have going on there. I think the most important thing from today's press conference was John Schneider, Brian, and he had a nice half-hour-long press conference with the media today. He was asked straight up on a question, do you have a concern that Abraham Lucas is going to miss the full season? Is this on the table right now? And Brian, he came right back and said no. There was no hesitation. There was no thinking about it. There was no, I got to hide this answer and try to put no, he's coming back. So I think we get him back at some point this year. When it's happening, I'm not sure when. On that's the part that's still a question mark, and he's not giving us a certain answer there. But it does sound like, just reading him today on what he was saying, Brian, he's trying to be careful. He's trying to be cautious, and they're trying to do what's best for him in the long term and Lucas. Not, we're dealing with a chronic injury. The surgery didn't fix it. It's still bothering the hell out of him. It's not that, but it's actually the latter. But can Fant pull up for a whole season out there if need be? Theoretically, yes. I think at some point he probably ends up getting dinged up if you had him out there for a full 17 games. I think he's probably going to need a couple of breathers in there at that point. Hand Grenade says DK is now Galvatron, as that's the upgraded version of Megatron. There we go. Galvatron. Robin says, Brandon, why is it that all the other teams can pay their top players, but we can't? I don't know what you mean, Robin. We paid Tyler. We paid DK. We paid Geno Smith. We paid Jamal Adams. We paid Quandre Diggs. Those were two of the highest paid safeties in the sport that you paid at that time. Throughout the Legion of Boom era, we paid all of our stars there. I mean, Robin, who have we let walk that you would have wanted to spend? Seattle to me has always done, Robin, a good job of, if there's a player that's earned his contract extension, they'll pay them. If there's a guy that's outperformed his rookie deal, he's going to be re-signed and they're good to go. If there's a bit of a question on a guy, if a guy's had some up and down play, if it's not as certain on what he's brought, like a Jordan Brooks or like a Damian Lewis, then they're going to pass on that. But that's not indicative of them not willing to pay guys. That's just, they're not willing to pay the guys at the price other teams are paying because those guys weren't worth it. And that's more about properly just, evaluating the talent. But I think they've been very willing to, this is evidence, Robin. There was a stat that dropped about 2 months ago. And that you got your salary caps and you've got your projected money you're going to spend, and then you have your actualization. How much money did you truly spend year in and year out? Over the past 3 years, the Seattle Seahawks are a top 10 team in actualization of money they have spent. Not proverbial money on the books, but actual money that they have spent. They are a top 10 spending team in the NFL. So they're doing everything they can with their wallet to help to build the winner. As much as you can so from that side of it. Hazard and DK and I share the same birthday. Well, there we go. Maggot Yallins has just got here, just finished doing 3 papers for draft prep for tomorrow night. Let's go, Yallin. Let's go. Well, you got me right at the end, man. I'm just about to sign off here as I've definitely reached the end of the road and I need to get some food on my side of it here. I'm getting hungry. Greg says, Brandon, you've been streaming 4 hours? Dang, I missed a lot of your stream. No, I'm sorry about that, Greg. I would keep going longer tonight, but I did a 5-hour stream yesterday and I've got a probably 2-hour stream with Brendan tomorrow. So on top of, I've got some editing to do tonight and gotta get to bed at some point this evening. Brian, Abe was supposed to be fully back months ago. JS keeps things famously close to his vest. I just wouldn't put $1 on Abe playing this year. There's been literally zero progress shown by Abe after that. After that should have been all of his recovery. I mean, maybe so, man. It's a guess. Obviously, Brian, nobody knows on this one. Neither you nor I for sure on this where it's exactly at. I do believe this, though, Brian, is that if John Schneider's reaching into a place and he's being asked these questions here at this press conference, that if there is that on the table of there a worry and concern, he is going to truly miss the whole season. I think he probably hedges a little bit of those bets out there where he goes, we're still in a wait and see approach. Not sure at this point. We're just monitoring it. We're just doing it. A lot of the way he talks about it, and if you listen to the way he's talked about in the press conference today, I don't feel like you'd walk away from listening to him talk in the press conference today if you heard him saying, oh yeah, that seems indicative of the fact that they're getting set to IR him for the full season. There's no chance he's coming back. I think that it was more to the latter on that. But again, to your point, nobody really knows for sure on this. No, it's a back, only the people behind the walls of the organization know where that's at for sure. And we'll just have to see how it plays out. Call him Cal, what are you eating? I don't know yet. I gotta go find something. War Chief, there's a video of Jamar Singles practice, looking like a little baby walking on the field in plain clothes. It's just silly to me, but do what you got to do, I guess. Yeah, these receivers, they're known for being divas for a reason. It's a earned title on their part. Yalin says, enjoy your night. I'm going to listen to the replay. Sounds good, Yalin. Sorry, we caught you a little bit later on this one. D-Nugget, yep, I haven't instilled the trainer. William Masapako, have yourself a great night. You do as well, Lou. Brian Blanks says, actually, that does make me feel a little bit better, Brando. Thanks, Brando. Absolutely. And I wouldn't blow smoke your way on this, Brian. It was the part I was listening really closely, and it was right before I went live today. And the reporters did a good job, Brian, of asking a couple of questions on regards to this. So it wasn't our typical Abe Lucas question of, how's Abe? He's fine. There was the first question of Abe, IR, Then there is the how's things going. And then the one reporter, Brian, asked him, and it was I got to give the Hawk Media reporter credit here, where he said, he came right at him. He hit him like right between the eyes with it, where he said, is there a concern that he is going to miss the season at this point? And John, no hesitation, no fumbling over his words, no doing the thing, they tell you when people are contemplating a lie, their eye goes over to the side and they start doing this move, first going to the other way. None of that. None of those indicators necessarily. So that I walked away from it feeling like that made me feel as and I've been in the place you're at, Brian, where I've said this is right on that line for 5 months, 6 months on this of, man, I don't know which way this is going to spin on the Lucas thing. But it did for the first time in this 5 or 6 months actually give me a bit of encouragement on the situation as we're looking for that kind of sign for that. Greg says, Brandon, do you think the Hawks will make any trades before the season starts? I don't at this point. I think that the roster is pretty well locked in. When they have made trades in the past prior to the season, it's usually been to reinforce what is really a weakened positional group, a la the Sheldon Richardson trade for a defensive tackle a couple of years ago, the Clowney move when Darrell Taylor couldn't come back from the rod in his leg, Jamal Adams when you need some more pass rush. I don't think you're in the same kind of position for those to be drawn in that way as we go now. But trade deadline, Greg? Trade deadline as we go through, especially a trade deadline now that's been pushed back a little bit this year. If the team is in a contending state, my answer would be yes. If you're 6-2, start up something like that, John will probably make a move to reinforce ranks. If it's more middle of the road, probably you just let it ride out this season and see where it'll go. How much do I think the extension will be for DK? After this season, I would estimate that DK would probably be getting in the neighborhood of about, depends a little bit of course, calm Cal in the year he has. Because if he goes out and has a career season, he can make the argument to push up there into that $35 million territory. But where it stands right now, I would estimate that you'd be trying to put DK on a new extension at about $33 million a year next year. So you probably would go 4 years, $33 million per, so it's 4 years on $132 million. Would be probably the neighborhood we're talking. Costly. That's for sure. One more thank you to the sponsor of the show here. Underdog Fantasy has been sponsoring the Hawks Nest for now, going on a couple of years. They're doing so right now. You can use my code today, NEST. Get in on Underdog Fantasy. They will match you 2-to-1 right now. So not $100 for $100, but they'll actually, if you put up $200, they'll match you $100. You put up $300, they'll match you up to $150. Put down up to $2,000, they will match you up to an additional $1,000 on a $2,000 deposit. So get in Underdog Fantasy today. Great ongoing parlays that you can put together there, where they've got some freebie kind of bets in there that are instant kind of wins that you can put together with others. Some great season-long bets. I think they've got still Geno Smith at like 3,400 yards, DK Metcalf at like 900 yards. So some pretty easy ones to jump onto, in my opinion, on that. But do use this Underdog Fantasy code today and go out there and win yourself some money. You can still get in on some baseball action here at the end of the season if you think the Mariners are going to turn it around too. They got all the sports on there, not just football. But thank you, Underdog Fantasy. And Ryan the Cut, I'd pay that for DK as well. Brian says, who's the 16-17 practice spot going to? Do we not want PJ, or do we have an eye on someone else? They'll probably add a quarterback eventually, Brian. I don't know what you mean by the 17th practice squad, because you only got the 16 spots, and I think they've already filled it out, as I understand it. But I think that the practice squad is also going to remain fluid. While I don't think we're going to make a trade over the next 2 weeks, it's going to be in a fluid state leading probably right up to the Broncos game, meaning there'll be some changes probably along the path of the next couple of weeks. PJ Walker didn't play good this preseason, and the team didn't feel like he had played good enough to where they probably couldn't just go sign a guy off the street if they have to call upon a third guy who would be just as good. So what's the point of holding on him a roster if he's not really bringing value to that roster spot? That's a guess here, but I think that's a little bit what's going on there. Brian, thank you for reminding me that. Please do hit that like button on your way out today, guys. Just slam on that like button. It helps this channel out. It helps me tremendously, helps me grow, helps me keep getting bigger, shows me up on the algorithm for other Seahawks fans looking for Seahawks content. So please hit that like button. If you're not subbed up already, get subbed up too. Please, doesn't cost you anything. And we're on the road here to try to get over 20,000. We're almost 2,000 through that goal, so we're making our way downhill, and we haven't even gotten to the season yet. I'd love to reach over that mark this year. That's the big-time goal for the channel. Please help me get to that spot. I thank you guys again for, as always, a tremendous chat and some great discussion, as you guys always do bring here on this side of it. It never fails. You guys are always respectful in that fashion. You guys were amazing on the donation front. Janeth, Calm Cow, Y2K, Ender, Kevin, Low Nice, Randall McDaniel coming in multiple times over, Snail multiple times over, Devo Marcel coming on in and with some big-time donations at that. I really do thank you, Thano, as well, for all of your guys' support to the channel. Amazing, amazing support. It allows me to do what I do here. It doesn't matter whether it's $20, $5, $2. I don't care if it's 50 cents going to a Venmo account. It is the support off the donations that will allow this channel to continue to be able to do this in the future as we do this full time. So thank you for that support. I really, really do appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow with the B&B Show. Me and Seahawk Brendan Nelson going to look a little bit at this past preseason period for your Seahawks. Talk a little bit about what's coming forward here in the next couple of weeks here with this team and what they're doing. Can enjoy chopping up with him. I thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you watching. I thank you for the great discourse, as you guys always do. You keep me laughing, keep me thinking, and just keep me rolling here. So thank you for that. You guys are amazing on that side of it. I will be back here in 24 hours with another show. I shouldn't have to remind you with only 24 hours. But just in case, let me remind you, this team might be on its way to doing some great things. Right now, San Francisco, vibes aren't great. Right now, the Rams, vibes aren't great. Cardinals, they're the Cardinals. Okay, let's be real. They're the Cardinals. Nothing new under the sun there. The time is here and now to strike. We may not have to wait that year. So I want you dreaming big. I want you thinking and living large. I want you thinking that this young talent can ascend right now. Will it happen? I don't know. But could it happen? Are we seeing the signs of that happening throughout training camp and preseason? Are we seeing the signs of Mike McDonald being a good coach? We're seeing some of those signs so far initially. Won't know until we get to game one. But there's sort of real encouraging signs. So I want my Seahawks fans to have some hope for this season. I want you dreaming large. And let's see if our Seahawks fans, let's see if our Seahawks team can go out there, shock the nation, and maybe go out there and become a contender year one of the new Mike McDonald era. Thank you for watching. But by God, do not you ever forget. Go Hawks.